Times in the Courier Post. Following written notice with the municipal clerk of Evesham Township. Mr. Yates, can we have a roll call, please?
Roll call, Mr. Brown will be remote. He's not with us at the moment, right? Nobody has him on phone? Okay. Ms. Butchermowitz?
Here.
Mr. DeMarcy?
Here.
Ms. Fox?
Here.
Mrs. Knoll is absent. Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Peelman?
Here.
Mr. Bach?
Here.
And Mr. Compton?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. We'll now enter a motion to enter executive session, whereas in NJSA 10-4-12 allows for a public body to go into closed session during a public meeting, and whereas the Board of Education of Evesham Township has deemed it necessary to go into closed session to discuss certain matters which are exempted from the public, and whereas the regular meeting of the Board of Education will reconvene following the end of closed session at approximately 6:30 p.m. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education will go into closed session for the following reasons as outlined in NJSA 10-4-12, matters involving personnel and attorney-client privilege. Do we have a motion to enter executive session? Motion by Ms. Butchermowitz, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
On executive session, Ms. Butchermowitz?
Yes.
Mr. DeMarcy?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Peelman?
Yes.
Mr. Bach?
Yes.
Mr. Compton?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. We'll see you back at approximately 6:30 p.m. EST.
Test, test. Test, test. One, two, three. Test, test.
Would all those who are able please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance Thank you. Our mission statement tonight will be read by Mr. DeMarcy.
The mission of the Evesham Township School District is to promote excellence in an environment that engages students in meaningful learning experiences. In partnership with students, dedicated staff, families, and community, the district provides a strong educational foundation that will empower our students to achieve their unique potential, embrace self-directed lifelong learning, develop the skills necessary for appropriate risk-taking and responsible decision-making, respect themselves and others, problem-solve individually and collaboratively, and become contributing members of a diverse global society.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarcy. A note about how tonight's agenda is going to run. Dr. Smith is going to give a presentation about the additional tax levy. After that, the board is going to deliberate in public about that presentation. After that, we will open the floor to public comment. You will all have your opportunity to speak, and then we will vote after we hear your comments. Please, during today's meeting, let us deliberate. Please keep noise to a minimum while we deliberate, and we will do the same during your public comments, and then we'll vote at the very end. So we will hear everyone before we vote. Dr. Smith, the floor is yours.
Good evening to the board and everyone in attendance, either here in person or attending remotely. This is our fourth budget meeting within about the last 2 months. What makes this one tonight different from the other ones is that tonight is about the chance to build, the chance to add, the chance to improve the ways that we're able to support students, and moving our district forward. That is the first time we've been able to talk about that in at least 5 years. About a week ago, the state provided an opportunity for districts who are below adequacy. So, unfortunately, we are very firmly in that group of districts. We are 15 million below adequacy. And what the state is saying is that a district that is below adequacy can raise additional local tax levy up to that full amount by which they are below. Eligible districts must have a special board meeting by April 14th, that's our meeting tonight, to approve a board resolution to submit an application to the state for that additional amount of tax levy sought along with its intended uses. And granted, this opportunity brings with it many, many factors that require consideration. It is an opportunity absolutely unique in its magnitude. For us, we have the opportunity to raise about $14.2 million, to which the state, as part of this opportunity, says they will contribute 5% of that total amount, which would be about $710,000, to a total of $14,922,643. That's the amount I am recommending that we take as a district. That amount right there just brings us to adequacy. And we have talked many times through our own calculations about a number very close to that, which is 16 million, which based on the state's data, Taxpayer Guide to Education Spending, knowing our per pupil cost compared to the per pupil cost statewide for K-8s, we calculated we were about 16 short of having a budget that's average for our size. How can anyone stand here in front of this opportunity and say that we are going to take less than adequate, less than average for our kids? The state is not going to save our district. The state is giving us this chance to save ourselves. We recently testified in Trenton, 2 days, one in Trenton, one in Newark, ETEA, board representation, district administration. The day in Newark spawned a productive discussion afterwards with the senators on the budget hearing panel, who expressed dismay and agreement with us that there is this artificial and arbitrary 6% cap on state aid increases, and that would need to be solved. Well, what we have instead is this opportunity. The cap is still there, but we have this chance to take additional tax levy. And that's pretty much been the story all along every year, right? The solution is for communities to save themselves. Our mission is kids. Our mission statement is students. It doesn't say that mission includes keeping taxes at a certain level. It doesn't even mention taxes at all. What would we do with that additional local levy? Well, first, we would address the steps and reductions from our prior budget presentations. And we started those presentations this year earlier than other districts, because of the amount of deficit we were facing. So just going down this list, we would maintain elementary extracurriculars, maintain elementary and middle school late buses, pause the increases to walking, maintain middle school and elementary class sizes. That's a big one. We would maintain benefits for our paraprofessionals who had them at the time when our district stopped hiring paraprofessionals full-time. So that would just leave 7 who were not benefited at that time, who would lose benefits. And we would maintain the team structure, no class in place of team time. We will look to explore ways to increase teacher contact time during that time span, but it keeps our team structure, which is so core to our identity of our middle schools, intact. Transportation. So transportation was not on that list of things to maintain. 2 reasons. 1, budgetary savings. 2nd reason, operational challenges. We outsourced 2/3 of our bus routes already. What else will we do beyond that? So that first slide was maintaining. We've already said would have to be reduced if we don't take this additional levy, any of it. This slide is about trying to help our district move upward and forward towards adequacy. Things that districts with adequacy, with an average budget, enjoy and benefit from for their students, like reducing our elementary class size back to its max sizes from 21-22 school year. Restoring secretaries in place of clerk typists in 2 middle school offices. Many of these positions, by the way, are things that were cut or reduced in prior budget years. Restoring full funding of the 1 Tier 3 position whose cost is currently shared with the Ed Foundation, which we greatly appreciate that support from the Ed Foundation. And that shared agreement needs a lasting solution. We would restore our fund balance to the 2% maximum, which is recommended. Maintain our bus aid positions because it's more costly to outsource them. Add to utilities. Add an intervention team for general education, which represents 3 support positions: social worker, behaviorist, and counselor. These go hand in hand with the next one, which is adding 2 10-month assistant principal positions for elementary. And the reason for those is our elementary schools are large. It may not feel like it here because it's what we know, but if you look around and compare to other towns, our elementary schools are very large and they need more support. Case manager, that would address our case management ratios. Add a math interventionist at each elementary school. Again, core right next to reading. We have reading intervention. We don't have a math intervention position. We need it. Adequate districts have it. 2 related arts positions, for example, in physical education, that would decrease class size again, and we eliminated 2 of those positions in a previous budget year. Lastly, maintain the building technology position, which we were going to phase out through this budget. The last piece, infrastructure improvements. So we would restore 500,000 in maintenance reserves, which we depleted drastically last year as, again, a way to stave off cuts as long as possible. And lastly, the capital reserves, health, safety, and security. These are urgent needs, which we have been looking at, possibly, but it would take years to get there through a bond referendum. The reality is we need this improvement now. The heat pumps, for example, that carries the biggest price tag. 1 system in every room, 700 rooms total, 3,000 to 5,000 per unit. I remember going to DeMacy last year in the spring. We had to evacuate because the smoke was coming out of one of them. That's what I'm talking about, that heat pump. And that money would let us start replacing them right away. As it is right now, it's very challenging. They're so old that they really are barely available anymore. Roof replacements, parking lot replacements, HVAC controls, other capital projects. Our maintenance department is fantastic at keeping aging components going, but they're beyond their recommended age. We need to address those things. And then lastly, technology upgrades. This is a topic that's come up in various ways as phone system and the PA system in our building struggle. That's a security issue. We need to address that. That's a subtotal of $8 million. Together, those 3 slides total the $14.9 million. Tax impact, 3 scenarios. If we take none of this additional opportunity, taxes go up 5.4%. If we take some, they go up 15.4%, an additional levy. And if we take all, it goes up 25.4%. And those numbers are big, right? So is 15 million under adequacy? We've been at this point before as a district, standing at a fork in the road with decision to make about a path forward. And every time we've picked what is best for students. During COVID, we went with in-person, full days. Tuition-free full-day kindergarten. We were one of the last districts to achieve that. It makes a little more sense now looking at for anyone who didn't see that 16 million number before, to see now we're 15 million under adequacy. We did that because it was good for kids. Our community did that because it was good for kids. Tuition-free preschool. Again, this fall we achieved the largest grant awarded statewide. It's good for kids. And now here we are again at a fork, a historic fork in the road for our district. A chance to solve this yearly ongoing budget crisis, which creates harm and trauma across our community. It's within our power tonight to solve that, to help our kids reach their fullest potential, to help our staff help our kids reach their fullest potential. Our students deserve it. Our staff deserve it. The choice is ours. And I open up to questions and discussion from the board.
Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. DeMarcy?
Dr. Smith, do you have any insight as far as how the state of New Jersey deems what is adequate as far as the local fair share, or how much property taxes residents should be paying, in quotation marks?
So if I can address that question in two parts. So I would say that in their definition of adequacy, they're leaving it up to local communities to determine how much tax levy they want to take, if that makes sense. So the state's not saying, I believe they're saying the solution only lies with you at the local level, but there's nothing in that information that says they're saying how much we should take. Though I would say adequacy, embedded in that word, is an educational recommendation when it comes to, say, class size. No district wants to be in the situation that we're in, where we're talking about the class sizes we're talking about. So, and I'll just say that's one of the recommendations we got from the county review of the budget. But how do you solve class size when you're 15 million under adequacy? Well, tonight is how we solve
So,
it.
Dr. Smith, I guess my question is, what's the logic behind $15 million? Why did the state say that $15 million should be our figure as opposed to any financial figure?
Yeah, I'm going to let Mr. Yates take that.
Yes, so the state has a calculation for determining adequacy for school districts in New Jersey. So through that calculation and then determining where we're at with our levy, the difference is what we're short on adequacy. Now, how their exact calculation on what they determine for us is based on like cost per pupil and student needs and a whole bunch of factors that I'm not an expert on.
Just in corollary to that is, like, in the worst way, it felt confirming to hear that number, because we've been saying the number 16 million, which is directly off of the DOE website, Taxpayer Guide to Education Spending. Anyone can go on there and check it out. There's a couple dozen indicators, and they break down spending in districts according to these indicators. So the first one is budgetary cost per pupil, which is kind of a macro indicator, and then it gets more micro as you work your way through. And you can see things like, for a district that's fourth leanest statewide in the K-8s, you can see where we're on the worst end of so many ratios within those indicators, right? Students to teacher, students to administrator, teachers to administrator, budgetary cost per pupil, classroom spending, all the way down. To me, however they're calculating the adequacy, it's the fact that it lines up, it dovetails so well with another number that they're providing from other data that is accessible to us, tells me that adequate and average are probably in the same ballpark, if that makes sense.
So basically what you're telling me is the state has a fixed number of how much it costs to educate a kid, as far as how much it costs to educate a kid in Evesham Township. And so they come to us and say, based on how much we think it costs to educate a kid, this is the figure that you should be at, right? Because the only thing that I'm kind of struggling with is previously speaking, right, our boards have managed to live within a certain means. Obviously, the state took away $7+ million in funding that severely adjusted the means in which we could live by, or I guess pass a budget by, I should say. And now, as a result, we are being punished for living within those means, as opposed to just taking the easy option of, raise the taxes every year as much as we possibly can.
Yeah. Sorry, if I can just add something. To think of it, it might help to think of it another way. When they're saying adequacy for budget purposes, they're saying the funding level that's necessary to provide a thorough and efficient education. So I know that there are just two more words out there, but basically you're saying, okay, we're providing a thorough and efficient education for the students in this district. So just another lens to look at that through.
Are they basically saying, in a perfect world, that is the funding we should be getting from the state? They're acknowledging that we're not and basically giving us the opportunity to take it from the taxpayers
Yes.
instead.
See, because my understanding to this is that a lot of districts in New Jersey, right, they were falling below that thorough and efficient mark, right? So what the state then did is they decided we're going to give them $37,000 per pupil, some districts even higher, right? As opposed to us, where they're now looking at us and saying, oh, well, sucks to be Evesham Township. Now you got to go to your taxpayers instead, right? I mean, I don't know if there's any thought as to where it comes to being on the loser end of this. It's just when we present that we might have to raise taxes up to $1,000, right? Or nearly $1,000 on the average assessed household. I think people want to know the answer to that question.
Can I add about the state updated their education adequacy report? They do that every 3 years, and they did that recently. So they hadn't been updating the numbers per student over time, and now they have adjusted for inflation and other things. So now the actual number that the state says it should cost to, educate one student jumped up, and now we're below adequacy. That's how that all happened. Where prior they said we were operating above adequacy because those numbers were not being updated. Now we're below adequacy, but we're not getting any more money from the state.
So due to their own recalculation, we are now below adequacy.
Because they
where we should have been above all along had they updated in kind. And now they're leaving it to us. Okay.
The numbers are updated every 3 years, and they were just updated.
I would go back to, in terms of what we can access and look at, and it's all publicly available, but that 15 million number and that 16 million number are almost identical. And if you go into that taxpayer guide, you can see exactly how woefully inadequate our budget is. However it got there, however it got to that point, and that is of concern and interest, right? Also, though, is what do we do now, right? Because where we are is where we are, and tonight is about where we want to go, and that's.
Dr. Smith, I totally understand, you're trying to keep us on the track of the conversation. It's just, I'm pushing back on the idea of what this adequacy is, right? Because to me, they pulled this $15 million number, pie in the sky, right? They said, okay, well, this is what you could raise your taxes up to in order to make up the difference, right? Which we know our deficit this year was $7.1 million by itself, right? And then you also had the capital projects that we're talking about, which are obviously dire needs for the district. That being said, though, when it comes to taking a look at what we're going to do tonight, right? I don't think that we should be looking back to the boards of education's decisions 10, 15, 20 years ago and what they decided to tax residents at based on the information they had at the time, and then saying, okay, well, now we have to meet up to that level that they chose not to go up to, because, again, it wasn't our decision to decrease our revenue by the $7 million that we lost from S2. So there has to be some kind of a middle ground in where we're finding, where we're going to take care of what we need to take care of as regards to this budget and plan for future budgets. Also asking the question, do we really need the full $15 million in additional levy to accomplish that? I have a quick question to add on to this. Does any of the admin or, really anybody, if they could fill in, how much additional tax dollars on the average assessed home were added as a result of S2? So since 2018, how much, just for the school board's perspective, right, on how much we tax the average assessed home, has that gone up by? If anybody has that number, that'd be great.
We'd have to run an analysis on that. That would be, I guess, anything in addition to north of 2% of
Be
our
2% each
base-
year, and then the
Right, so
referendum.
what I'm saying is the 2% each year plus last year we were to take additional money and then,
So, but are you applying only the additional authority that was provided to us through S2, not just standard adjustments to
No,
the 2%?
I'm saying across the board, including the standard 2% plus the additional adjustment, right? And I know we might not have that exact figure, even if it's a ballpark of some sort from
Yeah,
since
we
2018.
we could run a calculation for you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions, but one probably for Mr. Yates. Only because I think the public has been asking about this, and I was hoping you could maybe shed some light on the pre-K grant, the PEA money, and the raising taxes for full-day kindergarten. What, if any, impact has that had on our financial situation over the last 2 years? Has that has that caused a shortfall? Have we taken money out of the general fund? There's a lot of questions about that.
So I'll answer in two parts. Full-day kindergarten, this district had the special question that was passed in November 2023, I believe. And that was to provide $2,090,000, of which the majority was for full-day kindergarten and a portion was for mental health-related services. That number was added to your tax base, and that gets compounded with 2% each year thereafter. So it increased your tax base, helping support the general fund budget and the associated costs or expenditures that were assigned to that for kindergarten purposes. For your preschool funding, that's a grant provided by the state of New Jersey, so funded separately, no impact on your general fund in terms of expenses get assigned to that grant. They're not assigned in your general fund. So the general fund budget, the presentations that we presented at February and March when we were discussing revenues, that funding is exclusive of PEA funding because that is accounted for separately and no impact on your general fund. I will say, though, in the first year in which we had that funding, so this year, because at the time we were passing the budget last year, weren't aware we were going to be receiving that funding. Those salaries of preschool teachers were accounted for in the general fund budget. So all of those salaries and the associated aides that are in the classrooms shifted over. Our calculation, and that was as of, I want to say, sometime in January when we ran that for some members of the board. At that time, we were looking at over $640,000 in net positive to the general fund as a result of receiving the preschool funding.
Okay.
And then each year thereafter, those salaries are removed from the general fund, and note they're permanently reduced from the general fund.
And the money that is being used to outfit the bathrooms to bring them up to code?
That was accounted
That is-
for in the $640,000 surplus.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I stay with the preschool? So the 640,000 approximately, is that something we would expect to see every year? Would it change? Would it decrease, increase? Do you have any idea?
No, it wouldn't be, that'd be a tough question to answer, because any given year, you could encounter any number of expenditures. I can tell you that the preschool funding, we don't just assign to it dollar for dollar, we assign to it estimated expenditures, things for like required maintenance in the facilities in which the preschool program is run. So Rice Elementary School is a good example of that. We do build a budget into the preschool funding for Rice Elementary School for required maintenance. Should we encounter a certain system that might go down there, maybe a roof replacement or a mold remediation project in one of those classrooms, or that can be assigned a portion towards the preschool there, which about 50% of the population there is preschool students, then we can use some of that funding towards those projects. So it not only permanently reduces expenditures in the general fund, it also provides us with flexibility towards expenditures in the general fund, or towards expenditures that we would otherwise have to pay for out of the general fund.
Okay, I know you did that this year with Rice, and that, the mold remediation or roof repair came
So
out
we had
of this money.
a mold remediation project at Rice, so unanticipated, right? We would never know that that was going to happen. We encountered that in the summertime prior to receiving our acceptance with the grant, or the funding, excuse me. So had we not had the funding, that, let's say, $85,000 expense would have been charged to the general fund exclusively. But because we had the funding this year, we were able to charge it to the funding because it took place in preschool classrooms.
Okay. Another question on preschool, for my own knowledge. Are you able to pay for some of the utilities? Because we talk about the utilities and the increase you anticipate. Do we use some of the preschool money for the utilities at Rice?
We don't right now charge some of it towards utilities because we are charging a significant portion of it towards assigned expenditures like teacher salaries. We're also charging off a portion of many admin salaries, so a portion of the principal salaries, the custodial salaries that are there, a portion of your executive admin team as well. So we are seeing, if we don't charge off a portion there, we could certainly charge it off the utilities, but it would just be a net
Right,
zero
okay.
for us. But in the future, as the grant or as the program expands, there might be more flexibility to start charging more towards some of those other things as well.
Okay, very, very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question as it pertains to the way our budget works, and I know we kind of outlined this, but I just want to make it really clear. Our agenda, sorry. Tonight, item 6.1, the vote on that is pretty much, and I'm going to explain it in layman's terms, voting yes or no on whether or not to explore the option of taking the amount of money. We're not voting on any specific dollar amount. We're not voting on any specific percentage. We're voting specifically on getting into the point of looking into how much we're going to take. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, so 6.1, it outlines our opportunity that we are eligible for an additional $15-ish million of additional tax levy. It does not specify in 6.1 how much of it we should take. It is just an acknowledgement that we are eligible. So our task here tonight is twofold. From a voting perspective in 6.1, we need to vote whether or not we should acknowledge that we are eligible for that $15 million. If the board is not interested in taking any of that $15 million, we should be voting no. If you're interested in any amount between $1 and $15 million, you should be voting yes. Additionally, as a result of these deliberations, we should be providing guidance to Mr. Yates and the business office as to how to build the budget. There are 3 slides that were presented today. A slide that restores cuts that were previously proposed, a slide that has additional additions to the general fund, and then a slide for the capital reserves. We should be giving direction to the business office which of those slides we are interested in pursuing if we are voting yes.
Okay, and
Because the budget has to get built before our final budget vote. That takes weeks, that takes months, and the business office needs that direction as a result of today's
Understood.
meeting.
and our final budget vote next meeting. Correct.
Can we get into the infrastructure capital reserve
Yes.
conversation? I'm not even really sure what my question is, other than I know half of the money that we're going after potentially is going to the infrastructure capital reserve projects. I know a lot is needed. I guess the main question is $7 million needed to achieve what it is the district wants to achieve for, first and foremost, safety for our kids, and just, long-range planning for what has to get done in the ideal timeframe that it has to get done in. So I know our experts are here, so I guess the question is, in your perspective, is it a dire situation? Like, this is something that we need to do now?
Terry, can I?
Yeah,
piggyback?
So we're going to just introduce Tom Donahue, our Certified Educational Facilities Manager, and we have Brian Peterson here as well, our maintenance foreperson. And we asked them to come tonight for the board and for the public to answer some of the questions that the board might have regarding our infrastructure.
Yeah, Mr. Yates, before we hand it over, I know the question was about the $7 million. Ms. Boutramos, just from a overall perspective, our current analysis says that From a capital expenditures and a capital projects perspective, we anticipate between $80 and $100 million of projects that need to be undertaken as a Board of Education to get our buildings up to snuff.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, we are really in need of replacing our equipment. The equipment and everything that's in the buildings is 25 to 35 years old, and they're failing at a great rate. And it's time that we have to move forward with looking to replace the equipment that we have. It's a bad situation, and you can't get parts anymore. The equipment, you can't go and buy a part for it. You have to go to an aftermarket or something like that, and there's no guarantee. When the system was installed, I was here, and it was brought up that we did all water source heat pumps because it was cutting edge. You know, we did it, and if you look at our record, there's never been a day that I've been here for 30 years that school's been closed because of any malfunction. We take care of the equipment the best we can, but unfortunately the age of the equipment is at a point. It's no different than your home. Your air conditioner at home, if it's 30 years old, you could turn it on tomorrow and it's going to quit. There's nothing guaranteeing that it's going to run. So our goal is to try and start getting back to where we need to be. And unfortunately, we've never had the funding to do that. So.
Tom, could you or Brian talk to the board, since you mentioned heat pumps, a little bit about what heat pumps are, how many approximately we have, where they're located, the age of them, and where you're now sourcing parts?
Yeah. The heat pump is the same thing that a lot of people in Marlton have. They have heat pumps. A heat pump is an air conditioner and a heater all built into one. We have over 700 heat pumps in our district, which means there's a heat pump in every room. Hallways, rooms. So, it's a system that works. If you have a big system in a building and it goes bad, everybody's got to go home because you can't stay in the building. It's cold. When a heat pump goes out in this building, we take it out, repair it, put it back in. So, we make sure that every classroom has heat and cooling for the time that they need it and the temperatures when it's needed. And, I think we do an outstanding job at what we do in our department because we got all this equipment. We got equipment 35 years old that we still have running. And, it's a point where you can't get the parts to fix it. You go to aftermarket. The aftermarket is triple the price of what it would have been. But the manufacturers stopped making parts. They don't make parts for these anymore. They moved on to their newer models, their new editions, and unfortunately, it gets more costly to fix the old than it does to replace it, believe it or not. So it's bad, and it's not a good situation.
Well, first, thank you both, because I don't think they make them like you guys anymore either, if I'm being honest. We're lucky to have you because you can fix things on site when we need it, and we don't have to outsource that at the moment, so we're very fortunate in that regard. But I guess what I'm having trouble squaring, and this might be a question for you, is, we have $80,000 to $90,000 worth of $1 million worth of projects ahead of us. We're voting on potentially socking away $7 million in a potential tax levy tonight. So what does that look like year over year, and is it enough? Is it too much? Is it, how does that square with what we're faced with tonight to decide?
Well, it's the most you can get.
Well, true.
Yeah.
So is it enough? No, it's not enough. Our district probably needs, and our estimates talking with professionals, this is not my guess, is about $80 to $100 million, and that's just based on what current referendums are going to cost approximately about each building. And when you think about what goes into those things, you're going to restore facade and envelope, so roof, windows, doors, entryways, covered passageways, all those things. You're probably going to work on water retention. You'll also work on surface. So your impermeable surfaces like your sidewalks, your curbing, your parking lots. You'd also be working on all of your HVAC systems and all of your mechanical systems. So when you go for a referendum, those are typically the things that are going to come back as priorities. the biggest issue that our district is facing is over the course of S2, these gentlemen and their department have had to now play catch-up every single day. If you could let Brian talk a little bit about his maintenance staff and just how much that they're just chasing their tails on a daily basis, and I want to circle back to the referendum question.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. How are you? So, yeah, I have a staff, 7 maintenance guys. You know, I've been with the district now 22 years, 15 as a supervisor, and our preventative maintenance, in my opinion, is second to none. Try to stay on a preventive maintenance so we can be very proactive. But over the past, say, 5 years now, it's become reactive because the equipment fails more times than we can do preventive maintenance on it. And as Tom was talking about, with the units that we have, our heat pumps, and the parts not being available anymore, what happens is they have a replacement part, which is great because the manufacturer recommends that replacement part. When that becomes obsolete, we now become a retrofit. So in order to retrofit something, my staff and I, we have to look and say, you know, is it safe? Is it going to be safe to retrofit that? Because the manufacturer of the equipment, they're not going to support you doing a retrofit like that. Now, the manufacturer of the part, he's going to help you walk through it, but, you know, sometimes it's just not feasible. A couple of the buildings, like Tom said, you know, 1989 equipment was installed. A quarter of the building is 1989. That manufacturer went out probably 15 years ago. They were bought by McQuay. McQuay went out of business. They were bought by Dakin. Now, Dakin doesn't want to support McQuay anymore, so it becomes extremely difficult for us to find parts that we're going to feel safe and comfortable putting in on a daily basis. And as Mr. Yates said, you know, the $7 million is a real good start. We have a lot of equipment, we have a lot of infrastructure that, you know, can be replaced right now, but $7 million is really just a start.
So thank you guys. So to answer your question a little bit, one of the biggest challenges that this district faces, and this is something that we've talked with our facilities and finance committee, is we have depleted our reserves over the course of S2. We've made withdrawals and not been able to make deposits back in. And so now we have $1.5 million in capital and about $500,000 in maintenance. For a district of our size, that is frighteningly a small amount. And if we were to go to referendum on the earliest timeline, due to, like, if you think about the planning that goes involved, the strategic planning, the community involvement, and then narrowing down what a project list is, figuring out what question we're going to put on a ballot, when we're going to hold that election. Are we going to be in a general election? Are we going to have a special election for it? Who's that cost the district bears, or does the township bear it? And then what we specifically developed that question for and the exact amount, we're probably on an 18-month timeline, and there's no guarantee that that question passes. We know that we've had to continually increase taxes year after year after year through S2 and take every allowable exception to us. We don't know what the public appetite would be for a referendum. So even if it were to pass in 18 months, that's my timeline, but based on guidance from our bond counsel, you'd probably not start your projects for another 6 to 12 months. So you're probably closer to 2.5 years before we've actually begun construction with the bond referendum proceeds. And again, I will caveat, that's if it passes. But we are at a state, gentlemen, would you agree that we're at a state of critical need now? Yeah.
And I would add to that point that Mr. Yates just made, if you put something out the bond referendum and it does not pass, you cannot pay for that out of your budget. So that's another restriction.
Right, and just to elaborate on your question a little bit, $7 million this year gives us breathing room, helps us start to tackle projects. We know that if our tax levy were equal to our expenditures, our operational costs in 12 months would exceed our ability to generate revenues, and we'd be at this place again, year after year, making budgetary cuts or budgetary reductions. So this board assigning or putting money into capital reserves almost becomes a necessity because it allows us to each year absorb some of those operational costs. It's no secret, and the union would nod their heads with me, 48% of our certificated staff are on the top of our guide. So this gives us an opportunity to hopefully reach a point where we're going to see some of those. We love those staff members, they're excellent teachers, but we also, having these proceeds year after year after year, we might get to a point where some of those staff members start to retire, and then the expectation is we're hiring staff to replace them lower on the guide, realizing breakage within our budget. That wave of those teachers is going to reach retirement age soon. This gives us an opportunity to absorb some of those operational costs each year moving forward because it increases our base. It permanently increases our base.
Can I ask a question?
One second, Ms. Fox. Ms. Boutremont, to your point about the $7 million, the idea here being like we're not deciding on a number today, right? We're just deciding yes or no.
Yep.
If the board decides to go forward and the stipulation is that that $7 million slide is something we want to pursue, as part of the final budget presentation, we should be outlining some sort of long-range plan, so year over year, we can realize that $7 million to become 14 towards projects. Third year, we will put 21 towards projects, so on and so forth, because again, we have $80 to $100 million of estimated projects we need to undertake, so the idea would be 7 each year to start chipping away at that. Sorry, Ms. Fox.
No, so I don't know, I mean, Janice might be the only one that can answer this in terms of timing, but to hear that large a number is needed for repairs, and to hear that there are things that were done in 1989, to me it sounds like they should have been addressed long before COVID and S2, and I'm curious, in prior boards, or has this come up, and why are we where we are in such dire straits?
Yeah, so
with the buildings?
yeah, we can say that. I'll defer to Dr. Smith or Mr. Yates if they have more color to add, but many of the cuts we've seen throughout the S2 process has come on the backs of Mr. Donahue's team, Mr. Idell's team, and Mr. Peterson's team. In addition to obviously foregoing things that we don't see in HVAC, right? We don't see a heat pump. So those are cuts that we don't see that we're like, all right, we'll just wait till next year, and next year has never come.
I would also add to that, one of the things that Tom and Brian did highlight for us is that their teams really do a great job of keeping our equipment, keeping it running, right? So why some of this hasn't been tackled before is, I think, a lack of priority maybe, but also that they've done such an excellent job, so it's kind of a credit to them. But maybe they could shed some light on that a little bit.
Moving forward, 89, 20 years, and then that's 25 years, now we're 30 years. We have done some upgrades in some of them areas. At Rice, they still have some equipment that's 1989, but they have an inside section that's all been upgraded in 206. But they're now at 25 years. So, it's a situation where you look at moving forward, replacing what you can. We're replacing heat pumps in this building now. We're doing it in-house, but we can't do the whole district. We go out for whatever grant we can get. We just got a grant for the last 3 years to do boilers. We replaced in-house 8 boilers in-house at no cost, very little cost to us. We just did parking lot lights through public service, with public service supplying the better price. We put 150 parking lot lights in for $150, and we installed them in-house. That could have been well over $40,000, $50,000 if it was outsourced. We try to stay ahead as much as we can, But every year, you know as well as everybody else that the budgeting don't allow you to do major projects. You know, the project that we're doing in this building right now would have been a $8 million, $10 million job. You know, and we're doing it for 1/10 of that. So, you know, if you look at what the infrastructure is, we've maintained it to a point where we got everything we got out of it. And we have been moving forward with replacing units as we go. They go bad, you buy a unit and replace it. But it's getting to a point when you buy one, you might have to buy 3 or 4 at a time, you know? And there's lead times. You know, you just can't go out and pick it up in the store because most of them don't have it because it's commercial. But, you know, with the infrastructure, we maintain it, we stay on top of it, and we do everything in-house. There's nothing, I don't think, very little leaves this house except for major roofing jobs or major things like, you know, doing the Macy's in a monstrous building. There's a lot of equipment in there. So, but that's where we're at. And we're always looking to move forward, but at a lot of times over the years, there's never the money, you know? And we haven't had a bond now, I think, in, 10 years, John? The last bond was paid off 10 years ago?
Last bond was paid off in 2021.
Yeah.
Yes, our debt service fell off in 2021.
so,
I'm,
you know-
I'm unsure of when the last referendum was.
Yeah.
I believe it was 2005.
2005,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's, you know, we maintain the equipment, we stay on top of it, and we make sure that the children are safe, and we make sure that everybody's safe. So,
It's important
Thank
for
you
the
for
board to know about referendums too. What a lot of districts do is if they have an active debt, right, so debt that they're currently paying off, before that debt falls off the books and we realize a savings to the taxpayers, they can go out for a referendum ahead of time at a no cost or no tax increase to the taxpayers, that the district can then receive new bond proceeds and then continue its facilities upgrades. Evesham did not do that. So they allowed debt to expire. So any new debt or any new bond referendum that we go for, we do not have the sales pitch of saying there's a net zero tax impact. It would be a direct tax impact to the residents. And I do also want to also say, if a bond does pass, we would qualify for roughly 40% for debt service aid. So the state will provide 40% debt service aid. So that is a big number, but again, that's for qualifying projects, and the referendum would still have to pass.
So can you?
And you wouldn't start in 24 to 30 months.
Correct.
I just want to ask about the 40%. So if we need 100 million worth of work, we could get back 40 million?
Yeah, so the district would assume, or the taxpayers would assume $60 million in your scenario.
I see, okay. And, yeah, because my fear here is, for some reason I sound so loud, that we do this and then it's not enough. And then in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you're going to come and say that we need to do, not, you know, nothing personal against you, but.
That's my role. No, I
Yeah,
understand what you're saying,
that we
yes.
need now to go for this construction bond.
Yeah,
So
there's-
I feel like there's no.
This is, yeah, and that's also, it's a good point, Mrs. Knoll, that this is no guarantee that this district won't need a bond referendum, right? We rely on the advice of our professionals. It wouldn't come from me, it'd come maybe through me by way of our professionals. But we certainly rely on the advice of those professionals. If we're, even with this, unable to really tackle some of these major infrastructure needs that this district has, yeah, there might be a need for a bond referendum. But this is a bird in the hand.
So I had a quick question here for Mr. Donahue, Mr. Peterson. First of all, thank you for coming tonight, answering our questions, and also for all your work you do for the schools. I mean, you can't find a matching piece to a furniture set from 1989, let alone find parts for whatever level of complication of equipment that I'm sure you guys are dealing with. So, have you guys come up with a set of categories as far as the biggest need items? So, have you guys set a list of priorities as far as what needs work the most and what needs work the least? I don't know if, you know.
Yeah,
you have
we
clarification.
showed you the where it's at and what we really need to start, and that's Now, list of priorities is the first is probably roofs and some heat pumps, roofs, just stuff that really affects everybody's life. What else? Parking lots. You know, the parking lots are really getting rough. So, you know, we have a list of priorities that we're looking to move forward with. That the $7 million, if we did get any part of that, we look at bringing equipment in, have it in-house. Something goes wrong, we replace the unit. Something goes wrong here, we fix that. Something goes wrong, we fix that. If we have this stuff on hand, it's not a fix-all. You know, it'll get stuff done, but it's not a fix-all.
Is the capital projects list that you provide, I know it's alphabetized by school.
Yes.
But is it fair to say it's listed in order of priority?
Yeah.
And because,
So yeah, I'm sorry. So, you know, we put together the package for you to look at, the report to look at, to show each building and pretty much like when the equipment was installed, how old things are. And then we try to look at each year what's going to be the most important piece of that report to get replaced if we're able to have some funding. And over the past, I don't know how many years, it's probably been 7 years, there's not been the available funding to do these jobs. Now, if the funding was to go through, if we were able to, you know, get some of that money, like Tom said, we'll break that down even further to the DeMacy parking lot, the Rice parking lot, the couple pieces of roof that Rice needs, DeMacy roof. And if there's leftover, you know, we can start a heat pump project. Maybe it's a two-phase project at a building. Might be, say, you know, a Rice half the building project, and then if funding becomes available next year, we can finish that building and move forward on the next project. We're never going to know exactly how much we're going to need because the district's ever changing. Things are going, you know, wrong more and more each year. So we can't say, is 90 million going to be enough? We don't know if 90 million is going to be enough. We're not sure what that's going to be until we get started. And it's been so long since we had major projects happen that it's really, we're unsure what the cost is going to be on a major heat pump project. So that's why we kind of made that report, just to let everybody know what needs to be done. Once we decide how much funding we have, then we'll break it down to exactly what we can do with the money we have. Yes, sir.
So for most of this work that's proposed, like in the packet, for example, like the heat pumps, would any of that have to be outsourced, or would that still be all done within your organization?
No, all of that will be outsourced. I believe if the money goes into capital reserve, I think we have to outsource that. If I'm correct, John.
We wouldn't have to. Capital reserve can be used towards equipment, of which then your team can install some of that equipment. But I just think, practically speaking, we don't have enough staff. So yeah, we'd probably outsource plenty of it. And then roof and parking lots would be 100% outsourced.
So that's kind of factored into the estimates for the numbers?
Yes, yeah, of course. And then, and those are rough estimates, right? That's the money we're going to put in the capital reserve, and you know, that's why that little squiggly's there. It's to represent, like, it's an estimated number. And then Frederick might even be able to shed some light, or maybe possibly Ms. McGulick, on like the need. We do need an overhead and PA system, like the speaker system in every building. So those, we've factored that cost in, and that's also a rough estimate as well.
so on the budget presentation, it was outlined that should we take $7 million this year, right? 4 items that we would address immediately would be heat pumps at $3,000 to $5,000 a unit, and approximately it says here that 700 units need to be replaced. You know, by my math, that's somewhere in the range of $3 to $3.5 million, right, on the high end. $1 million for roof replacements at Rice and DeMacy, which, have presented as critical need items. $500 to $750,000 for parking lot replacements at DeMacy, and then $500,000 for HVAC controls. And I just kind of want to make myself better understanding of the state as you guys see it, right, of our schools. Is there other items that you would say maybe as it relates to the safety of a student or faculty in the building, or as it relates to long-term sustainability for our equipment, that maybe you would put before the parking lot replacement? Because I was over at DeMacy recently. I've seen the parking lot. Yes, it's got lots of repairs that it needs, but it's all about prioritizing is kind of what I'm getting at here. So I'm curious, if you have any input on that.
No, I think as far as the safety, I think we would be okay with the equipment we have right now. And I think that the DeMacy parking lot and the Rice parking lot are extremely important to get done now. I have a grounds crew. We try to take care of the potholes. And anybody who knows, walking across 180,000 square foot of parking lot, if there's a pothole to be found, somebody's going to find it, and they're going to get hurt. Even though we try to maintain them and stay on them, that number that was there for the heat pumps that you had mentioned, the 3,000 to 5,000, I believe it was. So that's just for the district to buy that. That's not to have a company come out and
So it's more expensive than
yes.
That's just
yes.
for parts, not actual labor.
That's just to buy it. There's millions and more costs that come in play with that heat pump, because when we talk about equipment being replaced, as far as the heat pumps, there's a lot of other equipment that go hand in hand with that. And in the report, we talk about the fresh air makeup units. They're also the same age. All of the fresh air units on the roof, some of them are, most of them are from 2000. Parts in there that have been obsolete, retrofit parts, they cost an astronomical amount of money. Everybody knows how important fresh air is. I think we have an extremely great fresh air system, but it is going to all need to be replaced. Cooling towers. Without the cooling tower, it's one piece of equipment, just one piece of equipment, that if it goes down, we're not going to have air conditioning in the building. If it comes to a motor that we can't get today, we're not going to have air conditioning in the building. It's just, even though we say we got a heat pump in each room, which is your air conditioning, it's water cooled from that cooling tower. And if that fails, we're not going to have air conditioning.
Just so I have the best understanding possible, right? Obviously, I'm not going to expect to be a HVAC master anytime soon. Maybe I can sit down in your office and you can teach me some things. But looking at replacing those heat pumps, that is a singular part as part of a much larger system, right? And as a potential cost to replacing those heat pumps, you might need to replace other aspects of how that system works. Is that what you're getting at here? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Gotcha. Understood.
It was all installed
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah.
Everything was installed at the same time. Most pieces were installed in 2000. Fresh air, cooling towers, heat pumps all came at one time.
And the $3,000 to $5,000 per unit, that's just for the heat pump.
That's just,
Okay.
that would be our cost. So we recently bought them to do this building, which we're doing in-house, and that was our cost. Anybody who buys anything, you pay list price. So if we pay $3,000, list price is probably $6,500. It's going to be at least 100% markup on it. So that's just for us to buy it. we use that as a figure when we're trying to figure out what we think a contractor might charge to do something like that. And just for little things that we have to do where we have to get a contractor to come in, I mean, you know what the rates are. I mean, I don't get away from $150 an hour for a contractor to come in here and do something, and he's a 4-hour minimum, so it becomes very pricey.
Thank you. Seriously, a lot of insight there, so thank you very much.
Can I ask, this might be for Danny, you guys mentioned getting a grant. What is the likelihood and how many opportunities are out there to apply for grants to cover some of the need for the infrastructure repairs?
Yeah, not a Danny question, I'll field that
Okay.
one. Danny would be grants like program grants,
Okay.
right, yeah, so.
Then, I'm sorry.
Nope, that's
you.
okay. So, Tom, you mind talking about the direct install program that we use?
Yeah, we got a direct. ESC&G, they pay 80% of the bill. We pay 20%. We get it put into our electric bill, and we get a 5-year, considered a 5-year loan for what the 20% is, and we don't pay no interest on the money. Okay? This is how we do a lot of things. We, in our house, me and Brian's house, we look at every way to save money possible. We are direct installing this equipment, and it's costing us 20% of the total amount. I think it's a lot. We saved a ton of money, and we didn't touch it. We're in the process right now of looking at more PSE&G grants for all our heat pumps that we might be able to move forward on and save tremendous amounts of money. And
We look at every opportunity that we
we
can
look at
find.
every
Yeah.
opportunity we can to save money,
Including
for this
energy
district.
savings improvement.
Yeah, that's why I was just
plans.
curious, how many
Yeah.
opportunities are out there
we-
for things like this?
If it's feasible for us, it's explored.
Yeah.
These guys do a great job of bringing those to the
Right.
table for us.
Well, that's like I said with the parking lot lights. Public service had, they paid all the money for a $400 light.
Right.
We got them for $1. Public
Okay.
service funded all that. So we look at every avenue as far and as deep as we can go to get the best price and the cheapest price and the best that we can get for our money. So
Thank you.
that's where we stand.
Can I just, on the similar topic, we were talking about the referendums and the availability of funds for the referendum, but also I wanted to go back to what Casey said, which was we cannot pay for failed bond referendums out of general budget. So any item that we listed on a bond referendum, if we had roof repairs, if we had whatever we needed to do, new parking lots, et cetera, that we would not be able to pay for that out of the general budget. Can you just explain that, or whoever, explain that a little bit more specifically?
Yeah, I'll start, and then if I miss anything from the business office perspective, Mr. Yates will jump in. So if you put something out to a referendum or a public question, and you ask to raise additional funds through your tax levy, through a referendum, when you do that, you list very specifically, like, we are going to do this construction project for this amount of money, or sometimes it'll be, we're going to maintain this position for this amount of money. I had just had a district that they went out for, they needed new bleachers and like a new media, I guess like the media stand at the bleachers. If those things fail, then in your next year's budget, and I'm not sure how long it goes on for, but you cannot fund those things from your budget because the public has told you that they do not want to fund them. So you cannot put them in your normal budget moving forward. So say it was something like a roof project that maybe you greatly need. If you were to do that through a bond referendum and it failed, then you're stuck not being able to fund that through your budget, and you really are kind of lost as far as. I do not off the top of my head. I think I wouldn't want to guess off the top of my head, but Yeah, it's
When you put-
definitely the first one.
Also,
Even
other-
if it was a year, right? So just think about that timeline. So now you're 3.5 to 4 years out from replacing maybe a roof that's in critical need.
So second questions, we submit them as part of our budget process. So in May, when we submit our budget, we are saying, here's our budget. Here are things that we cannot pay for in our budget that we need to get approval for the taxpayers to get additional tax levy for. We can't then go back and say, oh, we asked you for it, you said no, but now we have the money, we found it, right? So it's part of the budget process.
So I have another quick question. Ms. Yates, you were talking about, building money into the capital reserves enables us the opportunity to dip into that, not the reserve funding, but the source of revenue that we get from the tax dollars, right? When our expenditures, as they do every year, go past what our revenues do, right? So just for say there's a scenario where halfway through replacing our heat pumps, because it sounds like a very complicated process, very expensive process, right? Now we reach a point in our budget where we still got half the school district that doesn't have this problem fixed, but we're using all that revenue now to cover general budget expenses, salaries, benefits, programs, whatever the case may be. What's the answer then, right? Because we've already went up to the full amount of the $7 million that we put into or $8 million we put into the capital reserves. However, we've also now at that point designed ourselves the 40% that the state covers as a portion of what you would get going out to bond referendum. So my question is, maybe there's some not really a question, but point, I guess, is maybe there's some considerations as to the strategy in trying to think about, what timeline we think we could accomplish based on our annual expenses, how much they grow by, on top of, whether, the special bond would, take care of that in of itself.
Aiden, I'm thinking along the same lines, like maybe take some to get us through, but sounds like we're going to need a lot of money, and then we're, again, like you said, leaving that 40% match from the state, and no guarantee next year and the year after that this $7.5 million is actually going to be put towards, capital improvements.
Right.
So I'm worried about that part as well. And everybody says, well, it's not going to pass, it's not going to pass. You don't know that. Look, Cherry Hill got it, Lenape Regional got it. If you work hard and get people on board with it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to fail.
Right, I'm going to third that because, we're just going to spitball and talk about where our heads are. But for me, I feel like if we take the full tax levy now, there's no way a bond referendum is going to pass because people can't afford it. And then where are we when what we've taken is not enough to
Right.
cover what we need? So do we take some and save what we can now and put that out to bond and take advantage of that extra 40%?
So I'm just going to add right onto that. I didn't mean to interrupt you if you had any more thoughts. It looks like, if you're asking me, right, on this list here, again, heat pumps look like a very complicated process that would require a years-long plan. The other item that kind of seems most urgent here is the roof replacements at Rice and DeMacy, right? That you can't have kids in a room that's, leaking 24/7 whenever there's a rainstorm or, I think, I don't want to put you on the spot, Kevin, but you were telling me the story the other day, one of the rooms just completely was, unusable at Van Zant because of the situation there, right? And that's not even on the list here. So maybe preliminary thought, obviously we have the final budget meeting where we're going to approve the final numbers. But, maybe you look at approving through this tax levy a small portion of what we need to cover our most dire maintenance needs. So that way we could still educate kids, we could still use the facilities, and we're not in the situation, where, again, rooms and buildings are just not usable, as opposed to taking a full $8 million tax levy, which, again, as we kind of established here, we don't know if that's going to cover us the full way. And
I just want to jump in just to kind of guide the conversation. When you're talking about this, are you talking about it in addition to the other half of the money to restore? And Like,
To-
I'm
to-
just
to be
trying
honest-
Okay, I'm just trying to guide the conversation.
I think we haven't even touched part of that conversation yet as to that list of items that was kind of prescribed to us. You want my personal opinion, I'll give it. There's a lot of that seemed, very warranted as far as, finding a middle ground between, taking what we need to continue to provide the level of service that, parents expect and that students deserve. And then there was also some aspects of that. For example, I'll just throw it out there, two assistant principal positions where I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sold as far as, the educational benefit that provides to students at the cost of an additional levy to taxpayers, which let's just assume we took everything that was prescribed on that list, totaled up to almost $1,000 on the average assessed home. So that's where, if we want to get into that conversation as far as what we're looking at on that other side of things, not capital reserve side, I highly would like to hear other board members' thoughts as well.
I was just briefly going to ask Dr. Smith what the two, speaking of the assistant principal positions, were to cover.
Yeah, so we would establish a rotation. So there would be 2 assistant principals across 6 elementaries. We have other positions that rotate. What I would, just in terms of scale, and we're thinking about, so like that position, for example, supports all the other positions in a school. So if we're thinking like, and sometimes people say, cut from the top and administrators, what do? Our administration is the leanest administration, the least administrative cost per pupil out of all K-8s in the state. So, in other words, $1 goes farther spent on administration here than in any other district, any other K-8 district in the state. That's on one side of the piece of paper. When you flip that paper over, because nothing ultimately is free, there is a cost. The savings monetarily is made up in a cost to the actual administrators in those roles. So they are pulled in 1,000 directions. They're not able to give the support that they would want to students, to staff, to families who are looking for that support. So when we're talking about adding an assistant principal, we're really talking about adding support for all of those other really important people in the school community. We want to we don't want to look at, compare to specific districts, but I'll just say, as a sense of scale, there's a district that has over 10 elementary schools, and none of them are larger than 5 of our 6. We have very large elementary schools that have huge ratios, and if you look around, you'll find assistant principals in schools that are the same size as ours in other districts. And by having them, you're actually helping kids and you're helping the staff in that. So that's, it would be a rotation, but I wanted to also kind of address.
I hear what you're saying, Dr. Smith. My only concern there is I think that in Evesham Township being the leanest district K through 8 in administration is a great thing. That means that we are putting our money in places where it most benefits students. That being said, adding to that, right, between not just that, but also, restoring the secretary positions as opposed to clerk typists, looking at case managers, interventionists, we're talking, more to making that less and less true. Where I don't know necessarily how we'd rank adding these things compared to the other districts still, right? But to me, we're talking about, again, adding to administration when so many other aspects of our districts over the past 7 years have had to, suffer an incredible amount of loss. So
If I can just comment on that, I think administrative costs are like the easiest whipping boy for anyone to get upset about. They're the thing that is least seen by the public, but is most present in much of the staff's everyday lives. And to say that we can just keep reducing administrative costs and not having anyone in those roles and expect the schools to still run seamlessly and expect the teachers to still be effective and the students to still maintain the same education, I think is just a fallacy. I would imagine, I've received emails from several people that talked about administrative costs versus the different ways that that trickles down into educational experience, and how the decrease in administrative costs and the decrease in people who are in that pool of people that get lumped in with administrative costs directly ultimately affects educational experience for kids.
Now, Kevin, I do want to clarify here what I'm saying, right? I never was calling for, necessarily this drastic cut to administration, right? Because we are the leanest. What I'm saying is, are we going to go to the taxpayers to then, again, add on to that to make the fact that we are the leanest less true? And there's a difference there. And what does that difference mean, right? I want to put into perspective, because I don't think we've fully recognized the weight of what we're talking about. Nearly $1,000 on the average assessed home. It is already the most unaffordable state in the entire country, right? I mean, it's unacceptable, right? I could scream from a mountaintop, as I did last year. I could do it again, right, about how an entire generation of Cherokee graduates is going to continue to be priced out of this town, right, because of rising home prices, which is obviously completely out of our control. Part of that is also the fact that we continuously raise property taxes every year. We price out retirees who 1 in 4 are not signed up for the property tax freeze. Low-income households, fixed-income households, whatever the situation may be. We have to be extremely detailed about any additional tax levy that we're going to take. And we have to have a list of priorities that's going to say, this is going to help our staff genuinely impact students, right? Which your point is taken, right? I'm not saying that those administrators, they don't do anything to benefit students. Again, it's a cost-effective ratio, right?
Can I jump in with just a quick
No, of course,
question?
yeah.
And I'm sorry if you said this already, but public comment, is that coming before we say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I know there's a lot of teachers here. The admin positions were a new addition to what we're looking at. I would very much like to hear from the teachers where your thoughts are, and if you think that is something that would be beneficial to you and the kids.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ms.
When
Fox,
we have
public
public
comment will
comment.
happen before we vote.
Yeah, and just to clarify for the board,
Macy,
Yep.
since there's 3 administrators there
Correct.
now.
Right.
So how is that working out? Is that a huge problem? We need to know these things, and nobody communicates them to us.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a
And
question
that's
for
a
Ms. Green.
problem, so.
Yeah,
Just
so we
real
are
quick-
adding that.
Real
too.
quick, to address the point of, we can add this, so we should, right? I think that's the complete wrong way to go about looking at this issue, right? I'm not here to say that there isn't an issue as far as, administrators being overworked, being, having a lot on their plate, right? You have more experience, sounds like, meeting with them, seeing what their experience is like than I do. So I will fully recognize that. Again, the point that I made earlier, though, was the strain has, been felt across the district on all different levels, right? I'm not convinced that adding the two assistant principals into this budget is really necessarily going to fix that problem. For example, revolving door issue, right? One of those assistant principals at another school, and there's a whole list of 3 other principals
100%.
who need
Some is
their
better than
assistants,
none.
right? No, I'm not saying it's not. Again, though, the question when we're talking about an additional tax levy, we're not talking about extra budget space here. We're talking about additional tax levy. Isn't can we get that money, or because we know the answer to that is yes, we can. But should we get that money, right? And just because we can get that, they have the chance to get it, doesn't necessarily equate that second part of that to a yes. So I think it's completely fair to oppose.
I see your point and I respect it, but every single thing on here, including all the infrastructure stuff, is 100% good for kids. Full stop.
Here's the deal. I could think of $30 million worth of items that's good for kids, right? but obviously we don't.
No, but this is what we have in front of us.
Add that to the
This is what we have the opportunity to add, right? And I don't want to pay more taxes just like everybody else does. I do not. However, this game of chicken we're playing with the state it's never ending. And we are going to keep doing it, but the reality is they have showed us their hand. And I'm not willing to play this game of chicken for that much longer when it's our kids the one that are suffering at the result of this game that we're playing. So the only way we're going to get out of this, in my opinion, is if this community does it ourselves. And that's just, that's my take, is like, I understand the burden is on people, I do, and I'm a taxpayer too, and I get it, but I want to sell my house when my kids are done in 10 years, and I want to hope my property value is good enough because the schools are good enough to be able to maintain that. So there's different ways to look at the financial implication. But when it comes to these items here that we're talking about, every single thing here is good for kids, every single one. And that's my priority because the kids come first for me, period.
I just want to,
By taking less, harkens back to last year, where we only took a certain percentage of the tax levy, and then it increased the amount that we had to cut this year. It negatively impacted the school district every time we've taken less. We need to take the full amount.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in with another perspective. I spent much of last night and much of today reaching out to every homeowner in this town that I could find, and I asked them, do you know what your house is assessed for? What are you currently paying in taxes? And even the most modest of homes was an appraised value of almost $100,000 more than the average. We're talking about, a 3-bedroom attached townhome, which when you calculate that with taking the full levy, you are looking at potentially close to $200 a month in additional taxes. And with no guarantee that we're not going to, no one can sit here and look at this budget and say, if we take all of it, we are going to be good. With everything that is going on in this country right now on a federal level, economically, in good conscience, I cannot ask taxpayers to burden what the state should be providing at that much of an increase.
But the state has constantly failed us with S2.
Right, but what I'm saying is we've sat here, you and I have been here for 3 years, year after year at budget time, telling everyone, keep the pressure on the state.
So something else to that, add to Ms. Fox's point. I want to make clear, right? Taking the additional money.
She was on a roll. You should let her finish.
Oh, did I interrupt?
Yeah, you did.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Fox. I'm so
No,
sorry.
I sort of forgot my train of thought. But basically what I'm saying is we have sat here for 3 years, looking out there, getting yelled at, put in an impossible position of making these determinations that affect teachers and kids and taxpayers. And we tell them we're being screwed by the state, and we are continuing for that. We had, Dr. Smith and Tracy and Aiden went and spoke, and I'm not sure any of the community went with them. And I think we really need to work on the community outreach at a state level. We don't know who the next governor is going to be. We don't know what the tax implications are going to be with the new administration. And if we can sit here and say, well, there's no guarantee that if we take that money, it's going to be used for this, and next year we're going to be okay. I'm not okay asking people, a single parent, to pay another $200 a month. I know for me, that would be a huge hardship. Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
no, I wanted to ask you something. You had said about appraised values, they're different than assessed values.
Right, so I'm talking about the assessment.
Oh, I just wanted, so there's no confusion by anyone in the future.
Yeah.
John, can you talk a little bit to the financial outlook of the district as a whole in either scenario? I guess we're just kind of, again, spitballing, but taking the full amount versus, I'm just going to say half, I don't know, but I guess we should stick with what the financial scenario would look like if we took nothing. However you want to break that up.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
It's very
Mr. Yates,
contemplative.
may I suggest maybe the 3 buckets
That's a good idea.
that we
Yeah,
have
so-
going on here?
Sure, and again, this is purely speculative, right? We haven't run some in-depth analysis. We don't know what the board's decision is yet. We know if we take nothing, all the cuts that were previously on the table, those are going to be the cuts that the board's going to have to vote on April 28th. So, significant budgetary reductions. If you take half, well, my recommendation to the board is you cannot dollar for dollar assign the full amount to current expenses because, again, you'll just be in a structural budgetary deficit next year. So if you take the full amount, it's a similar situation to taking half. You're really setting yourself up for financial solvency for many years ahead because the deposit into capital reserve each year can absorb the operational increases. So if you think of it this way, maybe year one, this is just a number, $7.5 million in the capital reserve. Well, maybe year two, that number's 7 or 6.8, and the following year it might be 6.3. I don't know. I'm just telling you that each year you could deposit less into capital reserve to account for the operational increases. Or we could make reductions. We might see breakage. We might see some aging staff reach retirement age and they retire. And so now we've seen that wave of staff start to move on, and we now have a younger staff and more inexpensive staff. And we also have no idea what state funding is going to be. So it's really difficult to predict the future, but I can tell you that this would set you up for financial solvency for my prediction many years ahead.
By increasing to the full amount, this would possibly end the never-ending doom and gloom of budget season, correct?
For the foreseeable future.
You mentioned the word
If as
end.
assigned, right? Again, dollar for dollar to current expenses, and we're right back here next year.
So you mentioned the word end, right? I mean, I think it's incredibly important to note that that is, I think, virtually impossible because, right, kick the can, longest set timeline, right, which our job as a board, right, is to determine how much of this we're going to take, right, to determine when that deadline hits. But at some point, it will hit, right? Whether, think of it like a homework assignment. We're looking at 1 week down the line, 2 weeks down the line, 3 weeks down the line. I want to be very clear on the fundamental problem that exists within our education system. At some point in the future, whether I'm on this board or I'm on that side of things, I will be looking at all of you again in this room unless the state has a fundamental change to how they fund education in New Jersey. And we all know that to be true. I'm not explaining anything new to anybody, right? I just want to dispel the notion that the problem goes away should we take the full $15 million.
Of course, the problem doesn't go away if we take the full $15 million. We can't predict what's going to happen with the next governor that comes into New Jersey that could drastically cut the aid that we get now. We can't predict what things will look like in 10 years. But we can say, if we take the full $15 million now, that we're not kicking the can down the road further, that we're doing everything in our power. We are taking as much local control of our own destiny as we can so that we can stop having the continual conversation year after year after year of trying to find out whose jobs are being saved and who has to go home at the end of the workday every day and worry that they're not going to be employed the next year. It gives us the room in the budget to do the direly necessary capital improvement projects that have to happen in order for the roofs to stay on top of the buildings and for the kids not to be swimming in puddles as they go through the hallways. It gives us the room to increase the salaries of the teachers, to go through all the steps that have to happen year over year. It gives us room to grow each year with a 2% cap and not having to come back to the taxpayers and say, give us more. Because we have the additional money that's in the capital side, the $8 million there, that we can draw down from. That $8 million will also still grow by the 2% year over year. That whole thing continues to grow as we're not taking all of it directly for line item expenses that we have every year. I keep coming back to when we talk about adequacy and what it means to be an adequate school district. And the line, a thorough and efficient education. We are $15 million short of providing our children a thorough and efficient education. I have no idea how we cannot want to give them that. I have no idea how that is not the bare minimum of what we're going for. Is it a lot of money? Yes, I totally agree, and I don't want to pay the taxes. It's a terrible situation. And I would rather ask for that money tonight than do this every year in perpetuity. And for the people who are concerned about, not concerned about, to get back to what Ms. Fox was saying about that we need to continue the pressure on the legislature, that we've had so many people and we've sat here and talked so often about how we need to continue to fight the state at the state level to get more funding. That goes exactly to what you're saying. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. So we need to take every step available to us to increase the amount of funds that the school district can get. And if that should absolutely include continuing our advocacy efforts at the state level, increasing our advocacy levels at the state level, getting more of the public to go forward and testify every year, every time that there's an availability to do it. We as a district should be publishing this. We should be publicizing it. We should make it our mission to have every person here get in front of Trenton and speak our case and state our cause. All of those things will go towards making us solvent in the future so we don't have to cut people anymore.
Yeah, Mr. Peelman. Just one thing there about the 8 million growing by 2% every year. We can't speak for future boards. Obviously, the board in the future could choose to take 0% tax levy.
Right, that's true.
I have to say something. Oh, Dave, are you sure? Okay. As an individual, not as a board perspective, right? And I have to speak the truth, right? And I know a lot of people might not like it, but if we find ourselves in the position of every time we are faced with a budget shortfall, instead of trying to balance a line, I want to be clear here. I'm not advocating for nothing here, because there's a lot of items that we had to cut that I walked out of that room a month ago and I did not feel very happy about. However, if the answer is every time to take the full amount possible, when that deadline eventually does come, that we do have to address a budget issue because the full amount that we took runs out, there's a strong chance that me, my peers, we won't even be able to be on that other side of this conversation. Not because we don't want to, because we won't be able to. That's it.
Aiden, I'd like to add something. You know, when we first found out about this, the first thing I did was to email the governor and all of our legislators, and I said, in so many words, thank you, but this is not a solution. We cannot keep going back to the taxpayers. I said how we did the kindergarten and mental health and asked the taxpayers for more money, how we did go above last year, not to the full amount. The board couldn't even stomach raising taxes an additional $120 last year. But we did ask for some. And, you know, I said, this is not a solution. We can't keep going back to the Evesham residents. But I haven't heard anything.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't want to keep going back. I want to do this now and stop going back.
Right, but I don't have guarantees that, one, it's not going to be 2% again next year. And then also, like, no plan for that additional capital funding, you know?
I think what I heard tonight was that we will have a plan before April 28th
Okay,
of what that will look like, that we need to come in with a plan for N number of years for how we're going to plan that out, for what we're going to use that capital for.
That's correct, Mr. Peelman.
But we have to approve to go to the full tonight without seeing any kind of plan of what is desperately needed right now and the cost?
No, the full doesn't have to be decided tonight, Mrs. Knoll. The idea here, again, is that we have 3 buckets that were presented by Dr. Smith. There is the bucket of restoring the cuts that we previously proposed. There is the bucket of additional monies that are going to add new positions. And then there's the bucket of the capital expenditures. We as a board need to come to a consensus as to, out of those 3 buckets, which 3 are we in favor of John, Mr. Yates, building into the final budget presentation for April 28th?
Right, when you missed when John had said he wanted to know what we.
Because in executive, you
Yeah,
mean?
what we felt we wanted to take and what was most important to us if we were not taking all, what was most important to us to save with where we want that money going.
I have a non-money reason for like what's most important to me, and that's that this community starts to finally heal from all of like the 7 years of just craziness with the budget and the angst of budget season year over year over year. And this conversation that totally overshadows everything else we do. And, you know, so my perspective, in addition to, you know, the kids just coming first all the time, is to be able to, you know, it's never going to be over. We're always going to have to talk about budget stuff. There's always going to be a thing. It's always going to be something, of course. But since I've been on the board, we haven't said a single thing about test scores. We haven't said a single thing about curriculum, really. You know, all these other things, all this other business that I would love to get to as a board where we're not overshadowed by like the budget situation. And if this gives us a chance to be able to do that, I mean, I think we should strongly consider it. And again, there's no guarantees.
Right.
But it
so
puts us in a really good spot
It
to not
does.
be able to have to fight this fight every year.
But I don't understand why just taking half does not put us into a good spot.
And I'd also like to just be a voice for the other side. When you talk about healing, that additional money that you're costing
No, I agree.
to certain demographics, there was a time for me that if I suddenly had a $200 increase, I wouldn't have been able to buy groceries. And there are a lot of people that live that
Yeah, no,
way.
I don't
And we have
disagree.
to take them, I mean, as a board, yes, we are here to administer to the students and
Correct.
and the teachers, but also the taxpayers. It's
Right.
the entire community that elects us, and we have to think about the impact on all of them.
Agreed.
I just want to touch base on the plan. As the Facilities Committee and most board members are aware, we do have a long-range facilities plan that's been in place for many years. Each year, our Facilities Department does a comprehensive maintenance plan that gets approved by the board in November. And we did detail as part of this presentation what the plan is for the capital reserves. Those are kind of the immediate high-priority items. Each year would be to tackle immediate high-priority items with that. So I'm confused at the idea that there's a lack of a plan, or maybe the board could shed some light on what the expectation is at the April meeting, please.
Yeah, Mr. Yates, I think the board is looking for a multi-year plan. We have plans for year 1. I think the board wants to see year
That's
2,
what I was
3, and
gonna
the next amount of
say.
years out.
I see what you plan
How
on
many
doing
years
next
out are
year.
you thinking, Mr. Compton?
I mean, I'll leave it up to the board. I think we are approving board goals this year, right, as part of our,
It's hard to plan, I think, beyond maybe 3 to 5 years.
yeah, so board goals are 3 years. I think 3 years is a reasonable ask.
Understood.
I actually did have a question for you, Mr. Yates. What? Oh, hey, thanks. Sorry. The question about your opinion of, we were talking about buckets, you know, the one page had first, you know, was like what we really need to restore. Second being, you know, what we would like to get, you know, up to adequacy. And then the third being, you know, capital expenditures. So obviously the most important are, you know, 1 and 3 in those buckets. What is your opinion on the budget going forward if we just do those 2?
Can you clarify your question?
He's saying, what do you think about the long-term viability of the budget if we only take about 11.8-ish?
Right.
We leave out slide 2.
Okay, slide 2, could we go back to that slide so I understand?
Yeah,
It's slide 8, Mr. Case.
It's the second money's limit. Next one, Frederick. One more. This one.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to comment on that. I feel like that's.
I just didn't know if you had an opinion or off the top of your
No,
head.
I mean, I can give you an opinion on what I think financially, but this is a more educational side of things. I could certainly speak as a dad and say that I think these things are needed for the children in school. But one thing that sticks out to me from as a business administrator perspective is restoring fund balance to its 2% maximum, strengthening our long-term fiscal health.
Yeah, could you explain that one just a little bit more, just so everybody, because I know these are usually like
Yeah, so
difficult ones for people to
school
wrap their
districts
head
in New
around.
Jersey are allowed to keep 2% of the prior year expenditures as sort of their, what's called fund balance. Think of it like a savings account, right? It's our kind of oh no scenario account that we can go into if we were to overexpend the budget for, let's say, unforeseen expenses that would happen during the course of the year, are due to expenses being greater than anticipated in the 23-24 year, which we had audited. We did not return any surplus or money to reserves. As a matter of fact, our fund balance was below 2%, the 2% standard. And that's just kind of the minimum. It is the maximum amount we're allowed to keep, but it is also the minimum standard of the Department of Education as well. So if you're below 2%, they want to know why.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I know the public needs to or wants to comment. I just have a few more things so I'm completely clear. On slide number 1, Dr. Smith, the steps we definitely want to take to restore these most important things. Can you please explain about the last bullet, since this was changed at the last minute? Restoring the team structure, no sixth class in place of team time.
Yeah. Well,
How does that,
I'm sorry.
my question is the halls. Does this mean there's going to be halls, no halls? What about independent study? I need to understand this bullet.
Sure. So, first I would just say, so this is the proverbial money bag falling out of the sky opportunity that we've used as a hypothetical at different points, and it actually became a reality about a week ago. So, everything, this entire process, right, just started a week ago. So in that sense, you could say it's all last minute, right? We have not been walking around with a list of what we would add if $15 million became available, because
I'm not
frankly,
faulting you.
I'm just saying, like, just, as a window into the psychology and the emotion of this moment, it has been just a daily struggle to come up with how to balance the budget with being 15 million under adequacy. So the team structure, so that, yes, this would essentially maintain our team structure, maintain our halls. The teachers would not be teaching a sixth class. We would want to look at, team time, like what happens during the week on all 5 days during that period. Is there a way to increase teacher contact time with students, right? And we would do that as conversations with administration and teachers to see are there some, maybe improvements we can make there for student outcomes. But independent study currently is one day a week from that period. Again, we could ask ourselves, is that, that serves valuable functions. Is it ultimately, maybe it is ultimately the optimal format for that? Is there another way we could look at it to try to make it even more effective? But ultimately, it would all be happening with that period in the day, not as a sixth class. So our halls stay our halls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And this board fully supports the team model, maintaining this model. I'm asking because my fear is, again, to increase taxes by this much, and then in 2 years, we're told, lo and behold, we're at a big deficit. First to go, middle school team model. So I need some kind of guarantee. Like, does the board think that the
You
middle
cannot
school?
ask the board for a guarantee to speak for future boards.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, I can say my opinion. I know from listening at the past few meetings and the emails that I've gotten, that seems to be the top of the list for teachers, is how important it is for them and for the kids. So if taking some allows it to stay that way even for 2 years, like, are we going to find ourselves here again? Maybe.
Yeah, I hope not.
I
That's,
mean,
yeah, I
yeah,
know.
obviously, we all hope not, but if we can maintain it for now, I'm okay with that.
Mrs. Knoll, the one thing I can say is the 2 slides as far as additional things that we're looking to add to the budget. Generally speaking, the last thing to be added is the first thing to be cut. That creates the lowest hanging fruit, right? We have 2 slides of items here, right? Team time is on the first slide. My
Right.
assumption would be that the administration, should we see some disastrous situation in the future, would recommend cuts come from the second slide first. Team time is on the first slide.
Something I want to add to this, and I shared this with all the board members, the admin, and if any of you would like to see it as well, please email me and I'll absolutely send it to you. I did put together a plan based on, thoughts I had regarding this budget, and it maintained class sizes, put funding in there to account for team time, save para benefits, extra elementary school extracurriculars. It put $1.3 million in reserves, maintenance reserves, also accounting for increased costs that we're going to have with regards to utilities and benefits. And then also put $3 million in that capital reserve fund. The tax levy is about half of what the full amount would be calling for. And if you ask me, that there's a significant amount of money there that enables us to plan for the future while still not taking every opportunity we can to put an extreme undue burden on a lot of people who would be hurt, again, if we go to the full amount. So, again, if you want to see the details of that plan, please email me. My board email is on the website, and I'll absolutely share it with you.
Just to be clear about the plan, it's probably closer to 2/3, not half of the funded amount. If we took all of the money, the average assessed increase would be 909. If we took your plan, it would be 560. And your plan still eliminates 10 middle school teaching positions, which for me is a non-starter, that we're going to ask the residents to have that large of a tax increase, and we're still going to eliminate 10 middle school teaching positions.
Right, if we're going to talk, John, about what our priorities are if we're not taking all, mine would be maintaining or reducing the class sizes, keeping team time, keeping para benefits, and the bus aids. I know there was a lot of concern from people with nonverbal kids, putting them on the bus, and that's a huge concern. So I know we talked about keeping bus aids on the bus routes. Those are my priorities. And then I would really like to hear from the public in terms of administration positions, intervention positions. and
Thank you,
the rest.
Ms. Fox. I definitely would need a consensus from the board. Board members, I guess, giving individual priorities is helpful, but we need a consensus from the
Yeah,
board.
so
Yeah, go ahead, Casey.
I was
sorry.
gonna say, I don't know, I'll leave it up to you guys how you wanna do this, but maybe it makes sense when you do the actual vote to have somebody say like, yes, to submit the application, and I'm in favor of taking it all, or I'm in favor of taking X amount of money. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think that's probably the cleanest way to do it.
I think that the easiest way to get us past our 2 goals, which was 1, to decide if we should take any money, and 2, give Mr. Yates and the Business Administration Office a direction to go, is I think we should move into public comment. think after that, we can have a couple questions or comments from the board if need be, after the motion. And I think you should either be voting yes or no. Yes meaning we'll take X amount of dollars, whatever that might be. No meaning we take no additional tax levy. And if you are voting yes, I believe that you should identify of those 3 slides, which 3 of those you would like to see included in your yes vote.
Yeah, that's fine. And then maybe Dr. Smith could poll the board somehow, because we have to build this and submit it to the county by Monday. So, recording a vote where board members are shouting out individual priorities isn't going to be helpful.
No, and I think that if we go line by line, we get disastrously close into talking about personnel items, which is an executive session topic, which is why I think those 3 buckets should be talked about at large, right? Like, for instance, if I vote yes, I'm in favor of bucket 1 and 2, not bucket 3, something like that, I think. And then we could follow up with Dr. Smith to give you more granular direction.
I don't like that, because what if I like some of bucket 2 and I don't like the others? It can't be like that, because I can say, I can't say yes to all of this. So why does it have to be like that?
Why don't we see where we land? Because just from listening to the conversation, I think that maybe this, I don't know. I'm not going to speak, but if we end up that the majority is in favor of taking it all, then that conversation is not necessary.
Yeah. Okay.
That works for me. Just understand Dr. Smith and I have to send, and it has to be line item, like itemized. So
If we end up with a majority voting for some,
Yeah.
can this then be in emails with
Yeah,
what we would like to keep?
I think it should, the direction should come from administration, right? With
Okay,
the-
so then would it be easier if we voted, if your vote is yes, to some or all? And then if it is some, we'll clarify after this meeting with Dr. Smith to give the administration its directive?
Yes.
And you guys can come up with it after that?
You said you have to submit a line item. What do you mean by that? What lines?
Yeah, so the application asks for what the additional levy amount that we'd be asking for, because we need state approval for that.
Okay.
So how are we allocating that additional levy, and what is the rationale? So kind of like the way these slides are built mimics that application format, if that makes sense, kind of in a miniature, so.
All right, so is the board okay if we go to public comment, and then after that, we can articulate how we'll get the granular piece of our vote?
I definitely think the board needs to articulate what they support tonight, though. Like, it doesn't need to be recorded, but I think that the public should probably hear what the board members are supportive of and aren't supportive of.
Are you looking for a line-by-line reading from the first 2 slides?
If it's some,
I would say, just in order for the efficiency of it, and I'm going to borrow from what Ms. Gifford just said, if the board is in favor of all, then it's simple, but we could apply that same logic to each of the 3 slides, and that way it could be that one or more of the slides have enough support of all for that slide, and then we don't need to go line by line through that slide. We can just, if we need to do that in any case, it would just be for a slide that didn't
makes
have
sense.
all support.
yeah.
And would that happen in public session, or do you want that as a follow-up?
I think that should happen publicly.
Okay,
I
so
would
then-
defer to legal, but yeah.
Right, so then we should vote, so then we'll have to have multiple votes, right? So we should have the procedural vote for
Well-
6-1 first, right? To
Well, we only need multiple votes if the first vote isn't for all.
Okay. All right. Let's go to public session. Public comment. This meeting will now be open to the public, referencing any items of interest. However, if your questions or comments pertain to litigation, student or personnel items, or negotiations, we would ask that you see the superintendent after the meeting, since we do not discuss these matters in public. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person.
Give us a minute, guys, just so we can get set up. All right, I need to wait for the president to get back, so give us a second. Oh, okay. All right, what? Sorry, guys, just 1 second. Okay, so Mr. Bach has taken over as president for a minute because the president had to step out, so we can get started. Okay, we can wait. That's fine. All right, we're good. Go ahead. You can state your name and either where you go to school or where you live or where you work, whatever.
You should definitely state where you go to school. Do not say where you live.
Yes, please don't
For the
tell us
children,
where
do
you
not
live
say where
if
you
you're a
live.
kid.
Hello, my name is Max Benjamin, and I go to Marlton Elementary School. I think we should not split the halls, and even though it will be a lot if we do increase taxes to $1,000 per year, or 990, it's only 75.83 every single month, which, if you think about it, isn't that much. It's like 1 or 2 dinners, just minus 1 iPhone. And if we, even though making taxes putting taxes higher will make a lot of people angry, taking away a lot of teachers and taking away the halls will make people more angry. Also, since we're splitting the halls, more kids will be in each classroom, which will overwhelm the teachers and other students. Students will not be able to point out their points and explain their reasoning for their work. If kids cannot reason with their teachers, it will not help our students. It won't be as resourceful to go to school if you can't really point out your point and show your work to the teacher. If you got it wrong, they might not know that it was a mistake, or you can't tell the teacher you're doing it wrong because you don't know. Also, we're cutting a lot of clubs, which is going to decrease, even though it's taking away a teacher, having not to pay a teacher, it's also taking away money you're getting from the clubs. Since there will be no halls, there will be overwhelmed hallways, and it will be complicated to find your way around the school. That is all.
Good evening, Dr. Smith and board members. I am Pushkar,
And I'm Saharsh.
and we are in 7th grade Green Hall at DeMacy. The cuts brought up at the previous meeting will change how students look at our district for generations to come. We have made a survey to show the board how students feel about the changes. We have collected the data and are here to present it. We put the survey out to DeMacy Middle today and had 233 responders. The survey was presented to the students as a Google form with 7 questions.
The first question is, would you be able to learn in a class with 35 or more kids in it? 82.2% of students think that they could not learn in a classroom with 35 or more kids in it, while 17.7% think that they can. The second question was, do you think that if you were in elementary school, you could learn in a class with 29 or more kids in it? 77.2% of students think that in elementary school, you could not learn in a classroom with 29 or more kids in it, while 22.8% think they can. The third question is, do you think you could attend clubs without laced buses? 66.8% of students think that they could not attend clubs without laced buses, while 33.2% think they could. The fourth question is, do you think that you could make friends in elementary school without clubs? 62.4% of students think that they could make friends in elementary school while in clubs, while 37.6% think that they can't.
The fifth question is, do you think you can manage homework, tests, and catch up on work while being absent without independent study? 81.9% of the students think that they would not be able to manage homework, tests, and catch up on work while being absent without independent study. The sixth question from the survey is, how do you feel about 20 middle school teachers being cut? Students filled out a short answer response. One said, I feel that it is not fair for 20 middle school teachers to be cut because they all love their jobs and you shouldn't take them away from them. I feel like I have a lot of favorite teachers, and if they get cut, it would be really sad because they taught me a lot and made it easy to learn. Another student said, this decision would do nothing but harm students, teachers, and families. With less teachers, the class sizes would, of course, be bigger, and it would become extremely difficult for students to receive help or one-on-one time with the teacher. The majority consensus was students did not want to see teachers be cut.
From the survey, students have said that they were most upset about middle school classes sizes increasing to 25 or more, with 27.6% of students for saving this. The students really hope you don't take away small middle school class sizes. Even if you have to, please promise to try your hardest to try and get it back. To wrap this speech up, the students have spoken and we hope their opinions have been heard. From classroom sizes increasing to after-school clubs and buses being eliminated, students are not for it. So in conclusion, members of the board, please take these students' opinions in consideration when it comes time to vote on the budget. The students have voiced their concerns and hope for these cuts to be saved. Thank you very much.
My name is Tracy Brown. I'm one of the ETA vice presidents. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Smith, for putting together a proposal to address many of the previous cuts, including the loss of teaching jobs, para benefits, middle school model, plus additional items that you've added to lower class sizes at the elementary school, and the much needed support, including administration. Our kids need more than ever, among many other items. It's disappointing to see that everything was saved except our drivers. As you can see, many of them are here tonight, and I'm sure you will hear some of their specific concerns when they speak. Now, Mr. DeMarcy, you were one of my students who had the benefit of being in this school district before all of these recent years of S2 cuts. Now you're a board member, so it seems so noble that you've come back to serve your former school district. But now it feels, honestly, like you're putting on a show up there with everything you say and everything you ask. You personally spent 2 days with me and Dr. Smith, and Brian, and Mr. Yates, in Newark, in Trenton. We did a shared testimony. I'm gonna quote part of the testimony that we shared in front of senators and assemblymen. The most recent New Jersey DOE's Taxpayer Guide to Education Spending shows our 23-24 budget was $3,566 less per student than the average K-8 district. With our enrollment of 4,518, that means our budget is over 16 million less than average. That's less than adequacy. But suddenly, tonight, because now we didn't get the money, of course, don't we all agree? We wanted the state to give us this money. We are owed this money. But because the word taxes comes into play, it becomes a big game and a big show. And suddenly you're questioning his numbers and his numbers. Suddenly the average per pupil cost, what? Like you didn't know what that was. Suddenly the 15 million under adequacy, what? What does it mean if we're under adequacy? Why did you go testify? We actually got heard. The senators heard us. They had a conversation with us. If anybody did not see that video, I guess we didn't go viral enough because they talked to us. And within days, the Commissioner of Education said, you know what? We're going to actually acknowledge Evesham has a problem. We all know that. I don't pay taxes in this town. I'm going to be the first to acknowledge. You sure don't because you live home with your parents. I pay a lot of taxes at my own district, and I will vote for every referendum and anything that comes up because that is what is important for the children. I know I'm almost out of time, and I'm derailing because I'm so angry at everything I heard tonight. So angry. So again, we went up to Trenton and Newark together. And for those of you that asked, sorry, I'm going to calm down. For those of you that asked about other people going, it was actually really difficult to get even myself added and stuff at the last minute. Can I just have 1 second? Just so you know. So we'd have to plan better because they have very limited attendance. To circle back, and I'm almost done. Thank you, Dr. Smith, for putting together this proposal that helps current budget issues and helps to plan for the future. So we are not in this situation every single year. I hope the Board of Ed members take advantage of this one-time opportunity because we don't know what is coming our way. One-time opportunity to become adequate again. Please, please.
Good evening. My name is Brian Wiskowitz, one of the vice presidents of ETEA. Thank you to Dr. Smith for a proposal tonight that restores many of the previous budget cuts. Thank you to the board for holding this discussion and considering an increase to the tax levy. We have a chance right now to fix our budget shortfalls. Let's not lose this chance. We are tired and worn down as a staff. Take the full amounts. In regards to the question about administration, it might be best for one of them to speak to this, but we would support the additional positions provided that everything else comes back first. We would love to have more support due to the size of our schools. Student needs now are greater than ever, so anything we can do to provide that support will be essential. Thank you.
My name is Linda Masterman, and I'm a teacher at Marlton Middle School. And I'd say about myself, one of the things about myself is I am stubborn and I don't give up, which is why I'm still here speaking. But we are tired. The teachers are exhausted. This is year after year after year. It ruins morale. It ruins the whole environment of the school. It impacts everyone. The young teachers who are constantly in fear of losing their jobs, the teachers that are in the middle and don't know what this long future looks like, the 20 more years they have to go till they can retire, and the old teachers like me who want to make it to our retirement in a positive way, making an impact on my students that I care about so much. But we are exhausted because we have been doing this for so many years. And so I'm not going to give up because I'm not a quitter, but it is exhausting. Last time I spoke about a grim future. Now we have some hope to bring our district back from the brink of disaster. I think the biggest impact on the students is the teachers, and that's my personal opinion. But as a middle school teacher for 30 years, I can speak best about the middle school. Our middle school will be destroyed if we eliminate the teams and we have class sizes of 33 students with teachers teaching 6 classes, equaling 190 students. Students will be negatively affected without the team time, without teams of teachers supporting them in independent study. Large classes will prohibit conferencing, guided reading groups, and detailed feedback on their writing. There will not be time to give students what they need. I know taxpayers do not want to pay more, but I also know no one wants a home in a failing school district where others don't want to move. This is an investment to maintain or even increase the property values of the homes in Marlton. In a perfect world, the state would have given us money, but that is not an option. Nor is it an option to decimate our schools by trying to run them on those preliminary budget numbers. There are no guarantees that if we take the full tax levy, that it will be perfect. But I know if we don't take the full amount, we will be back here doing this again. And we are tired. We need to fix this now. So please vote for this additional tax levy to preserve and hopefully enhance our schools. Now is the chance to save our schools. Please act to do just that. We will not get another chance like this. Thank you.
I'm Kim Henson. I live on Meadowview Circle. I appreciate that we have this opportunity to get our district back on track, and I do encourage us to take it. I understand it is an overwhelming amount, but looking at the proposal, this really does give us the ability to be exceptional yet again. No matter what you decide, the main priority needs to be keeping class sizes down and making sure that that is sustainable long term. While I know this is not a popular opinion, I am in favor of the full levy. However, as has been stated, where does it end? We need to have a plan for how we move forward together. As Dr. Smith said, the state isn't going to save us, so we have to save ourselves. But is this going to be the case year after year? I am proposing that Dr. Smith and the board agree to meet with a group of parent and community representatives early next year and throughout the year so that we do not find ourselves in this detrimental of a position last minute again. Please let us help you early. Please let us work together to help these kids and to support our teachers and the incredible staff that make their education so exceptional. I am also again begging for transparency. There is already chatter on social media just tonight about where is the guarantee that this money will go exactly where it's stated and here and not to a side project. While I want to believe that that wouldn't happen, the point is the trust is not there. And I am passionately asking you to try and rebuild it and make that rebuilding a top priority. I am also questioning what the status is of the Yale School. There was a community member on Facebook that had some excellent questions regarding Yale and preschool. I understand we're kind of all in on preschool now, but I do fear that the full ramifications that full-day preschool is having on the students we are committed to educating through 8th grade have not been properly discussed and keep getting swept under the rug. I work with the population that graduates from Yale. I love them, I believe in what they do, but housing them partially at DeMacy does not make sense. And I also implore you to look at another solution for that. I would like to speak very briefly on busing. What scares me with outsourcing is getting drivers who don't care as much about the most important thing in each parent's life. My kids adore their bus driver, but when he's absent, the drivers admit they don't know the route, and my 10-year-old is responsible for telling them where to go. My 5-year-old is terrified to go on the bus every day because what if his driver is absent and what if his sister goes home early and can't tell them the way home? Finally, I do thank you all for your service. This is an incredibly large undertaking to have to decide on immediately, and I do not envy you. Thank you.
My name is Teddy Carmody. I'm a 7th grade student at MMS. I think that a lot of things are wrong with the budget that was proposed for the upcoming school year. Some of the things that concern me most are the class sizes and teachers teaching 6 periods a day. It will be extremely overwhelming for every one of them. Impossible to learn anything in a class of 35 or close to that number. And it will just have an insane impact on every student in the district. Another one of my concerns was late buses after school. No one will join a club if they don't have a way to get home. So that will have an insane impact on art and music at the middle schools. It's even worse at the elementary schools if extracurriculars are gotten rid of entirely. No one will or not as many people will be doing music or art programs, and that's a problem. That is a problem across the country, and it would be a problem in our district. Lastly, I think that if there's any way that we can get money from the state, that we should take that. It's anything that we can get, because we really don't have as much money as we did. That's it.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Student, and I want to ask you a few questions, if I could. They're strategic. And I don't know if it's the business administrator, it's the president of the board, or it's the superintendent. How many other districts face the same crisis in this state that we are confronted with now?
Sir, this is public comment. It's not a question and answer, so the board won't be answering any questions. You're welcome to pose those, and maybe they'll be addressed later.
Okay, that's a shame that I can't get an answer to a simple question. What's the student population perspective for the next 3 years? Is that the same? You're not going to answer my question?
Yes, that's the same for every member of the public, that we won't be answering questions as we go. Like I said, you're welcome to pose them, and then...
Okay, well, that's a shame. So, that I can't get an answer. If the district doesn't adopt the budget because the state of New Jersey Department of Education has abdicated their responsibility, is there any penalty to the district? I'm sorry, I guess that's a question again, so there'll be no answer. Maybe I should ask the last question, because it's one that I'm confused about. Are you voting for 3 million, 8 million, 10 million, 13 million? Because I'm just standing in line figuring in the back of my mind, in my 40 years of work, if it's $10 million to an average person, that would be $250,000 a year in income that they'd have to make before taxes, obviously. But the question is, oh, I'm sorry, you're not answering questions. I think that's kind of stupid that you're taking a cheap way out and not answering, when I'm trying to say, take a strategic view and find out other districts and unify with them and press a legal issue with the state of New Jersey for not doing what they should be doing to fund a thorough and efficient education. I think that's your best stance, and to do anything else is not right. I'm sorry you won't answer any of my questions.
You were on the school board and didn't answer our questions either. When you sat right there, you didn't answer.
Ma'am, we did.
Okay, this isn't a back and forth between the public, so let's move on.
Jason Lutz. I'm a school bus driver. I have the unique perspective of being both a driver and an aide. I was an aide for whatever it was, 10 years prior. But I've been in this district for 13 years, and now I'm a driver, and I've worked with all these drivers. I've been around all these aides. I'm glad that the aides are in the budget and they're being considered to be kept. But the drivers need to be kept too, because you can't, you get what you pay for. It's just as simple as that. I worked at a private contractor. You get what you pay for. That's it. We're the captain of the ship. I mean, granted, yes, the aides do help a lot. But ultimately, I'm the captain of the ship. And there's no guarantees in life, but I guarantee you that if they're on one of our buses with one of our drivers, they will be as safe as possible. Thank you.
Good job, Jason. All right, I didn't come prepared with anything, so I just kind of jotted stuff down into my phone, so please excuse me for that.
Can you just tell us your name?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, okay.
I'm Janita Shedeker. I'm a bus driver here at Evesham, have been for 23 years. With that being said, I'm one of the 4 that they're talking about keeping. So I'm not standing up here tonight for myself. It's for my coworkers, for the people of the community that work for you, that have put time and effort into it. So I wanted to say, Dr. Smith mentioned privatization is already working. We strongly disagree. With all the talk about how much privatizing will save the district, what is the contingency? And what is the plan once the transportation employees are gone and they hike it up, as it's been proven to be done in many other districts? I would like to give each of the board members something to read right here, after obviously, that proves that privatization does not work. I would also like to add something, since Transportation Department was told at the end of January that almost all of the department would be losing their jobs. It has affected the attendance in our department extremely, which affects the entire community. Our families, students being picked up, being late to school, so that puts the teachers behind as well. So that's a huge thing, because a lot of the employees have worked here for years and been so dedicated. Some of them have 160 sick days. They're not gonna get paid for all of them, if they get paid for any of them at all. So they're gonna take off, as they should, because they put a lot of time and effort into being here. So I just wanted to just say that if you're gonna look at it like, oh, well, our department's costing a lot of money, it sure is. Look at just recently from, I'd say, 10, 11 drivers being out. We have to get Hillmans to come in and cover. That is a huge expense, huge. We as the drivers calculated, and I think 1 week it was almost $38,000 for 1 week. 1 week. Imagine what that's gonna cost the district once we're not here and Hillman's hikes it up. Just saying. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Donna. I started working here 10 years ago after my husband passed away. I thought this would help pass the time away, but boy, was I wrong. This job became so rewarding, seeing how some children grew and progressed. They looked to see us every day, many wanting to tell you about their night, weekends, family, questions, etc. If they see us at a local store, which most of us live in the town, they run up and give us a hug. Just last week, one gave us a piece of his forsythia bush and asked us every day how it was going. Friday, to take a picture showing how it would be growing. Another left a sticky note saying how much she liked when I came back to the back of the bus and talked with her. Plus, asked that I never forget her. All of my children went to this school here. Now my grandchildren go. I have lived in Marlton for 47 years. Watched the town grow. Some things good, some things not so good. But I really would like to stay and work here everywhere. I have a special rapport with both parents and children. We work as a team, drivers, aides, parents, and kids. We know each other, and they trust us with their children. Please don't take this away. Free some money to be found to keep transportation, and let us continue to do our job. Thank you.
Hi, Wendy Beach. I am a bus driver in Evesham. I'm also a resident of Marlton for 23 years. You want to raise these taxes, and that's, I don't have kids in the schools anymore, but I'm all for raising taxes for the kids' education, but yet, you know, you want to kick me to the curb with my job in this township. There's no rhyme or reason as to why you're getting rid of transportation. We really haven't gotten a straight answer on that. You keep saying it's about the money, but yet you're going to save the aides because it's more money to outsource. How is it not more money to outsource the bus drivers as well? It doesn't make any sense to me. And Janine explained it well, that, you know, like these kids, we do this for the kids. We don't do it. You know, it's all about them. their safety. I drove 16 years with a private company, and I'll tell you, you're not going to get the same service. I will tell you that right now. You will not get the same service. I love working here, and you know, it was great because my kids were in the school, so it worked out great for me. But you know, it's very heartbreaking that, you know, in an instant, somebody comes in, gets hired in this township, and all of a sudden we're going. You know, it's just very heartbreaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Thompson, and I'm a resident here in town and a business owner here in town. And I would first like to thank the board for you guys for everything that you do. I understand that this is a volunteer position and that you guys do not get paid a dime to be here and spend your hard time to get beat up by us. I would also like to thank all of the teachers and all of the staff for everything that you've done. I moved my daughter here many years ago to go to school because the schools here in Evesham were a 10 out of 10. My daughter is now a freshman at Rowan College, so I thank you guys for everything that you've poured into her. But as a business owner here in town, I pay taxes twice, as a resident and as a business owner, and I wouldn't mind paying taxes or a bond to help the children and the teachers here in Evesham. However, I would like to do that for something where I see the vision or something where I see a plan. Here, I don't see a plan. I don't know if we're doing 3 million. I don't know if we're doing 7. I don't know if we're doing 10. I don't know if we're doing 15. I don't know what we're doing, to be honest with you. And I honestly don't think the board is pretty sure what they're doing. That's why they have so many questions as well. So if there was a plan or something long-term that we were doing, I have no problems or no qualms paying taxes twice in this town to help support our teachers, our staff, our bus drivers. But what I see is us taking Band-Aids and putting a Band-Aid on an open gash that needs stitches, right? That's hemorrhaging blood, that continually hemorrhaging blood every year, year after year after year. So if you raise my taxes $2,000 a year this year, you're going to come back to me again next year and you're going to raise me $300 or $400. Then you're going to come back to me the year after that and you're going to raise it another $300 or $400. I need to see a plan of what you're going to do with those taxes, what they're going to do. I need to see a plan. I need to see action. And this is not, unfortunately, the board's problem. This is a problem that our governor up in Trenton and Ms. Katz, who thought that S2 was going to be beneficial to everybody and help and support everybody. It is not, it will not, and it has not. We need to take a stand. And as this young lady here said, when they were up in Trenton, actually I think it was Tracy, when they were up in Trenton, there was only 2 or 3 people there. We need everybody up in Trenton letting them know S2 is not working. They need to find a new way to help us. One of the things, or one of the principles that we go by in Rotary is it fair to all concerned? What I would ask Ms. Katz and what I would ask Mr. Murphy is S2 fair to all concerned that we're here struggling in Evesham because you feel that we make enough that we can afford to pay for everybody else when they're spending $1.2 million in Trenton and we are losing money? We've lost close to $10 million over the course of the last 7 or 8 years. Why? Is it fair to all concerned? I think not. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin O'Brien, Chateau Circle. Thank you for your time tonight and the questions that each of you raised. You could tell, you know, you're all invested in this, and it does. There have been a lot of good points brought up on both ends. The state, I don't think, is ever going to change how they're funding. That is a problem. It is not your problem. I don't want higher taxes. But I don't ever see a governor coming in saying we're going to fix this problem and fix how schools are funded. So to that regard, the funding formula needs to be revised, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. But I can say to some of the cuts that would happen, large classroom sizes accompanied by what would be reduced supports is not going to work. I have a perspective because I work in a neighboring district. So I see, like you had said, the revolving door of kids coming in again and again and again. More kids with higher classroom numbers are going to need more help then as a result of that. The extra positions such as the assistant principals, the case manager to address the increasing special ed needs, which are required by law. There's no way they can get around timelines and such that they have to do. Behaviorists to support the teachers, social worker, counselor to support the teachers and the students that they are trying to support. Those positions are required, in my opinion, in order to meet student needs adequately. Without that, they cannot do the job that they're trying to do every day. The job of a teacher in the last 5 years, I've been in my role in the district for 12, and it has changed exponentially in the last 5 years, becoming more difficult for a variety of reasons, mental health and others. So not providing them supports will not allow them to do what the students need. You stated about parents of nonverbal students and bus aides, which is an absolutely excellent point. It does go for drivers as well. Drivers who've done the job for multiple years, they learn how to support students with special needs. In some instances, that will make or break that student's day, more so than even a gen ed student, but in both regards. But I can tell you that students' day can be ruined before they even step foot on campus by how a driver or an aide will be. I don't know if there's any consideration for their positions, but I wanted that point to be said. And the last is the tax increase is absolutely large. There's no question. It's not my fault or my children, but I'd rather right now try to find a way to make it work and give them a chance than the other options of all the cuts, because to do them doesn't seem an acceptable option in my opinion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shane Herman. I just want to point out a few things here. I just want to thank the teachers, the bus drivers, the aides. You all do an amazing job as well, and also to the board. I know you guys continuously try to reinvent the way, find the best solution, but unfortunately, there isn't a perfect solution. But one question I want to ask, and I know you guys are probably not going to give an answer. Do you believe taxing the tongue or the residents of this tongue is going to be a solution? Putting a burden on the tongue, again, as taxpayers, you know, there are families in this tongue that has on a fixed income. There are people who are struggling just to make ends meet, and then ask them to continue to pay more taxes. I don't think it's fair. Again, the next thing is that asking for more money for positions while eliminating other positions. How is that even equitable or as well? The other thing is the S2 formula doesn't work. Elections have results. If you guys make the wrong decision, people in this town will remember that. You guys are all elected. You should consider making the right decision, what's right for the community and for the taxpayers as well. I have lived here not for a long time, but I love the town. I came here because of the school system. I want to preserve the school system. I want to be able to preserve the property value. What can we do to make that? I think continue to make the right decisions as well. We'll continue to do that. Again, we can go to Trenton. I mean, as one of my other persons said here, is that let's all go to Trenton, advocate, say to Trenton that S2 formula doesn't work. We should be able to advocate for that and have a better solution as well. The next point I want to make is raising taxes as well. As a taxpayer, you know, I just don't think how could that benefit us as well. I do understand the teachers and the bus aides and the bus drivers as well, that, you know, we need to preserve as much as we can. But again, how much are you asking for? If you get all what you're asking for today, what is to prevent you coming next year and asking for more? The future is not certain. Take as much as you need, but don't take everything and say, oh, I don't want to come back here next year. I get it, you know. trying to figure out what to do today and not know what's tomorrow, it probably seems ideal, but take as much as you need as well, but understand that tomorrow is not also guaranteed. Thank you.
So my name is Magda. I'm a bus driver. So I just wanted to start with thanking all my coworkers, all the teachers, because I feel like pretty much it was brushed off. Like, what did you speak about bus drivers for like a millisecond? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, these kids need buses. So let me start. Since I got, 2.5 minutes out of the 2 hours that you guys spoke. But I've worked with a lot of private companies, and I left those jobs because I was paid to not care for kids. I was paid to rush and to treat kids how you guys treat kids, seeing them as a number, which is pretty much what was done here today. Not by all of you, but pretty much I know that you guys know that as well, because I drive his 2 kids, and he moved Earth to get those 2 kids on an Evesham bus. So I know that you guys know what the difference is between, like the example that they were on, a Hillman's bus and an Evesham bus. You guys know the difference, though. They don't care about the kids, and you guys know that. And it's a shame that all you care about is numbers. You should feel embarrassed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Teresa. I'm also a bus driver, and I would like to speak because I want to thank everybody, the bus drivers, the teachers. You guys are all great. Thank you for your service. But yeah, when I came here, I'm actually new as a bus driver to this company, and you guys sold me the idea that I was coming to this great place, which it is, and I'm thankful. But now, in January, I was informed, hey, you don't have a job, pretty much. That's where we're heading at, right? And I feel some type of way because I as well worked for those companies that you guys may go to. And I tell you right now, there's no response. I being honest, the way I care for the kids here, because I love the kids that I drive on my bus. I love getting to know their names. I love getting to know the parents, caring about no bullying. But working for those companies is not about the kids. I mean, for me it is, because I gotta make sure that, everybody's safety is important to me. But at the end of the day we're going to more than one district. You understand that, right? You're not the only district that I have to worry about. I'm going to this district, the other district, and I'm in a time frame. I'm like, okay, I gotta get to this school, next school, next school. If a kid comes up to me, oh, I'm bullying, I'm like, I'm sorry, gotta keep moving. Oh, there's accidents where these drivers don't care because they might leave your kid at a random bus stop. Hey, I'm sorry, I don't know you by name. I don't know really where you stop. I was just told that you're near here. Go to the next one. And I feel like that you're gonna get a lot of parents in the future upset, knowing that their kids, they're not feeling safe on their bus, the driver don't care, being dropped off maybe 2 blocks, 3 blocks away from my house. I came here because I wanted my effort to be respected. I felt that that's what I was getting here with the rest of my bus co-workers, that me caring so much for these parents' kids, putting the effort of getting to know each child name, making sure they get home safe, and not worrying about the business side of it, like, oh, I'm only here to make the company money. And then you're talking about, oh, we're gonna save so much money if we cut the bus drivers. For what? For 1 year? Maybe? And then what? And then you're thinking about, oh, I'm pretty sure it's because you guys don't wanna pay us for health benefits or anything, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's another way of saving money, right? Another thing, oh wait, maintenance on the buses, stuff like that. Where do you think they're gonna get the money, the other company, for maintenance? They're just gonna upcharge you for their bus service, for their bus maintenance. It's gonna come out somehow. You guys might save money for 1 year, and then what? What's gonna happen next year and the year after that when it comes to this? Your budgets are gonna have to go up. Where are you gonna get the money? You're gonna do the same thing you're paying for us now, you're gonna pay for another company. So why not keep us that care about your kids and care about everybody's kids here? I'm just saying, thank you everyone, have a great night.
Hi, my name is Lori Stewart. I'm a bus aide. I'm glad to hear that you may be keeping us, but I don't know if that's true or false. I'm here to represent my coworkers, the bus aides, and the drivers. I've been a resident of Evesham for a little over 2 years. I also have extended family in Evesham Township for over 30 years. I grew up coming to Evesham on the weekends as a child. 2 cousins of mine graduated from Cherokee High School. My daughter has attended Jaggard Elementary, is now attending Marlton Middle School as a 6th grader. I've had the opportunity to work for Evesham Township Transportation coming up on a year in this past March. My position is a bus aide. I was skeptical at first when taking the position and came to find out how challenging my job can be. In this short amount of time working here, I've learned to love my job due to the fact that I have met so many amazing children. On top of that, I've gotten to understand and learn about children with special needs. I also work as a lunch aide as well for Marlton Elementary School. It's great to see my kids smile when they see me on and off the bus. That definitely makes my days that much brighter and better, and does for them too. So at this point in my career for Evesham Township Transportation, I was originally told that my position was coming to an end. I had a plan to continue working for the township as long as I possibly could, and maybe have the opportunity to move up in the department or departments if it were presented to me. Due to the fact that the township may outsource the transportation department would be catastrophic for children that ride the bus, especially special needs children in which I work with every day. These children need one-on-one attention for them to feel comfortable during the bus ride to and from school. So by outsourcing transportation, the downfall would be school bus routes would be combined, causing the buses to be overloaded as well. They will most likely not have the opportunity to have a bus aide on the bus every day or even at all. These children and their parents, especially special needs, are going to suffer when this decision is made. Stop looking at these children as a number, percentage, or dollar amounts. Emphasize on the matter at hand. This now will fall onto the children that truly need us throughout their school days and years. Many senior drivers and aides that have dedicated their livelihood for many years will be losing their jobs, causing them to lose their pensions and health insurance, in which they desperately need. I enjoy my job every day. I like seeing the children grow every day. I've had the opportunity to grow a bond with my kids and teach them respectfulness and responsibilities of riding on the bus. I've even had some of the kids call me Mom. In this letter, I've expressed my deepest concerns for the decisions that may be made, so I hope by saying this letter, you guys make a great decision.
I'm back again. My name is Shalika. Bus drivers, teachers, thank you guys for what you guys do. Bus drivers, thank you for what you guys do. I'm gonna thank them before I thank you guys, because again, these kids are not numbers. They're not dollar signs, they are our children. I'm gonna have my son stand up. That kid right there has phonological disorder. You're gonna basically add 35 kids to a class like his that's in an LD program. You think he's gonna get the help that he needs having phonological disorder? Go ahead and Google what phonological disorder is and see how much help that he actually needs in his classroom by asking his secondary teacher for the help, opposed to her saying, hold on, I can't help you, sit down. Opposed to saying, hold on, I can't help you because I have 20 other kids I have to help, right? There is safety codes. There are a lot of other things that go about that. You're probably tired of hearing me talk, but I'm tired of looking at you at this point, because every single time I have to look over like a broken record, and it's sad to me because you guys all have kids. If you guys didn't have the position you guys have now, would you guys be okay with everything going on in this district? Don't answer it. You don't answer questions. When it comes to bus driving, thank you personally for what you do. If he's not here on a day, my son waits at the door. If he doesn't see his bus driver, he doesn't get on that bus. Why? Today I had a bus driver skip his bus stop, but come around and say, hey, do you need a bus? This is not a taxi. I didn't call for an Uber, right? So I said, hey, what kid are you looking for? She looks at her book and says, I'm sorry, I don't know the kid's name. This is not my route. Do you think outsourcing is perfect at this point? If they don't know the routes, they don't know the kids, they don't know who they're picking up? This man goes above and beyond what he does. He waits within the 1 or 2 minutes, not close the door. You said a little while ago that you have workers that worked about 15 to 22 years. These bus drivers have worked 30 plus years and they deserve to stay. Not only that, but if you are thinking about getting rid of them, how about pay them out their hours that they have, that they earn, that they work for? They didn't work for free. They didn't just come here to sit on their ass and say, I'm just gonna collect a paycheck. They care about our kids the same way these teachers care about our kids when they have to realize that there's more kids in the classroom now that they can't help. But mind you, these are also parents that have to go home and help their own kids with work, and they can't get a lot of stuff done in the meantime. So think about it before you make a decision that you're gonna regret, because in a couple of years, maybe a year or two, you probably be like, damn, I should have never made that decision.
My name is John Rule. I live at 6 Yorkshire Court. I understand the students and the teachers not wanting any cuts. It makes sense. But we also have to realize from the taxpayer's point of view, the only two that have made comments tonight on this entire board that I can see that have common sense in this are Aiden and Tracy. I understand we have to have increases. No one here expects our taxes to drop. We know they're going to go up somewhat. For you as a board to, on such short notice, vote to increase my taxes by $2,000 a year is unconscionable. There is no way that can be justified, especially on this short notice. At the last board meeting, we talked about all the possible cuts we can make. There was nothing talked about having a sizable tax increase. That wasn't a discussion, that was a point of discussion. Now tonight, it seems to me like, from what I can see, you're going to vote to 100% approve a $15 million increase, which is going to cost me dearly and everyone else here. I understand we have to have some increase, but to vote carte blanche for everything to be approved is just plain wrong. That means all the work you've done in the past to try to see where we could cut, where we could tighten our belt, what we really don't need, and still maintain the level of education we should have, to just ignore all that work you've done is wrong. And that just takes you off the hook. That's a poor phrase, but it does. It takes you off the hook. You took a lot of bull last time from the cuts that were going to be made. There was a lot of pressure on you. They were asking for resignations. They were asking for just resign. That's not good. No one wants that. But now you're going to just say, oh, the hell with it. Trenton says we can approve $15 million. Hey, let's do it. We're off the hook, and we'll worry about it next time. That's bull, and I think everyone here knows that's bull, okay? Let's stand up and be reasonable about this. And agree to some, but don't agree to the whole thing just because it's available. What if they said you could raise it $30 million? Would we say, oh, okay, now we're in great shape. We can add more admins. We can add more superintendents. We can add because we have the money. That's not what this is all about. This is about responsibility. As taxpayers, as Board of Education members, as citizens, as students, as staff, teachers, everyone, we have to be responsible. We have to use common sense. And I don't see it being done if we vote everything. It was okay just to pass everything because it's there and we can take it. Yeah, we can take it and we can all pay for it too. Thank you.
Hi, Donna Rosanero. I am in the transportation department. I've been a driver here for close to 19 years. This is the third time I'm going through this as a driver, trying to save jobs that nobody really seems to care about. My real question here is, has anyone been told on that board how much it's going to cost to privatize us? Because we have never gone through this and not had a comparison as to what you're going to save versus what you're going to spend. You were told $800,000 you were going to save. That was before the aids. Now it's about $450,000. Hillman's could cost you $1.5 million. You have no idea, and you were asked to vote on this. Okay? Something is wrong. There's a problem with management. Starts at the top with our department. We have runs where we have drivers doing one school. They pick up children in one school, and it's maybe 5 or 6 kids. That's a problem. Runs need to be condensed. Runs need to be combined. That's all money to be saved. I've done it before, more than 12 years ago. I did it personally by hand. We saved thousands and thousands of dollars. Nobody looks at this. Nobody's looking at it because the easiest way is just get rid of us because nobody knows how to run our department right now. That's what you're paying for, okay? I have some quotes from a meeting with Mr. Fizzicaro and Mr. Smith. And actually, I believe that Mrs. Knoll was involved in that too, back in 2020 when you were going back to school on COVID. Yes, you were, and I was there with you. Mr. Fizzicaro, the transportation contract is appalling. This was with Hillman's, is appalling, and I am so not happy. This is a time where we should come together, not rip each other off, speaking of Hillman's. For this contractor to be raising costs at a time when no one should be raising costs is ghastly and inhumane. Them deciding to jack up their rates is going to cost people here for more than just a few dollars and ultimately affect the kids. The problem I have is once they grip you so tight, they just squeeze you to death. So my charge to this district down the road is that we need to end privatization. Dr. Smith, he gave a little spiel and you said, bring it all back in-house, right? Bring it all back in-house. And he said, yes, that is what we need to do because they wrap their tentacles around you and squeeze you to death after they get a hold of you. That's my comments. My last one is, one of our aides rode with a Hillman's driver this week. She was appalled when the driver said, I hate these effing kids. That's your Hillman's drivers.
I'm Jason Hoy at Cambridge Park, lived here for 11 years. I have 3 kids that go to Macy getting a phenomenal education. Learned the reading recovery program existed this spring, and it's phenomenal that it does. I know that a couple months ago that was discussed as a possible efficiency to cut. Luckily it wasn't. I just take some issue with some of the language being used, like efficiency for getting rid of paras health benefits, efficiency for cutting interventionists. Whether we have an undue burden, the kids have an undue burden. We have the burden. Like the burden is us, is the adults. The kids aren't going to fix the heat pumps. The kids aren't going to replace the roof. We have the burden. We can argue the state has the burden, but if we can't get the state to carry the burden, we carry the burden. And there's a lot of talk about letting people off the hook. We are on the hook. If we don't do this, the kids are on the hook, and we just need to take responsibility for ourselves as adults in this room and realize that if we don't do this, the kids ultimately suffer, and we have no one to blame but ourselves. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Good evening, Donna Dancis. I'm a Marlton resident, 2 Paddock Road, also a teacher here at Marlton Middle School. I spoke last time when we had the budget cuts presented to us, and in my speech I remember saying let's, instead of making class sizes larger, let's make them smaller. Let's make our school better. Let's have our team working together to help our kids. I think I even mentioned like guidance counselors working together, social workers. It's like a dream come true in this new presentation. It's exactly what I had said. It's exactly what we need. Board members, I sent you an email yesterday. I know you guys didn't all have time to read it. Mr. Peelman, thank you for your response. In my email, I talked about how the middle school child in particular is such a vulnerable and impressionable individual, and how our children, their education, their safety, their ever-growing social emotional needs in our current society is what needs to help guide your decision. And I feel like this is our moment. This is what's going to be the way out of a terrible situation. As a taxpayer, my husband and I were discussing, we already pay a lot, but we want to, when we are ready to sell, because yes, I'm one of those old teachers that are close to retirement that you want out, but I'm still here. And anyway, I'm sorry, when we do sell our house, we want our property value to be just as good as the house that just sold across the street from me for a phenomenal amount of money. People are still moving to our towns. Why? Because we have great schools, because we have great bus drivers, because we have great administration. And yes, we would definitely benefit from having more administration in the elementary schools. Have you ever been in the halls? Have you ever been in their lunchroom? These students are very needy. The more support we can give them in any way in this day of time is definitely needed and appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is David Knott. I'm 64 years old. I've lived in Evesham for 64 years. And I think there's, you might have been misled about our school bus drivers and our aides, that they abuse sick time, they overuse sick time. Okay, recently I attended an involuntary meeting with the superintendent, Mr. Yates, and it came up, oh, you guys use so much time, it's ridiculous. And I forget the exact words. I don't know any of you have been school bus drivers or aides, but let me tell you something. The kids come on the bus and we love them, and like the other bus drivers and aides have stated, but they're kids. They walk up the steps, they sneeze on us, they cough on us. They sit behind us and cough and sneeze, okay? They leave all kinds of stuff on the buses, then we have to pick it up. We pick up so many colds and viruses. Yeah, we stay home, we get sick. Do you not think Hillman's or First Student or Holcomb has the same problem? So if that's one of the thoughts that were put in your head that, oh, well, Hillman's is covering two-thirds of the town already, might as well just sweep the other third out because they abuse sick time. They're always out, blah, blah, blah. Well, think again. And one other thing is, and I brought this to the attention of Dr. Smith, and I brought this to the attention of, I think, our third transportation coordinator in a matter of, a year. I witnessed a Hillman's driver, the same one, hit an Evesham bus in front of Van Zandt School. I witnessed that same Hillman's driver hit my bus in front of Van Zandt School. Again, that same Hillman's driver drove up onto the sidewalk in front of Van Zandt School at dismissal. Fortunately, there was nobody right there, but there were children and adults had to run out of the way. I brought it to the attention of the transportation coordinator, and that driver will never drive in Evesham again. That driver's still driving in Evesham. Okay, that's the kind of service you're going to get. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Srisky. I am a teacher at Marlton Middle School, and just had to get up and speak because I couldn't really shake the thought of everyone who I heard in front of me and at the mic tonight who just kept saying, like, but what about in 2 years? What about in 5 years? Is this a guarantee? We all know there's no guarantees. All of you in front of me know there's no guarantees. And maybe this is a Band-Aid, although I'm really coming to hate that phrase. But in all honesty, if you cut yourself with a knife in the kitchen, do you not take the Band-Aid and apply pressure until you get to the ER to get stitches? Like, we have to do this, right? We have to do this because it's what's best for the students here. I'm one of those middle-of-the-road teachers. Hey, I've been here for 12 years, only 34 years young, hopefully most of us think. And yeah, right, and I'm tier 5, so like I still legitimately have almost 30 years to go. And I want to be teaching in a place where kids want to be, teachers want to be, that has resources, that has teachers that want to be here, that has kids who have access to small class sizes, right? Books that they need, supplies that they need. I said at the last meeting that Evesham truly was my dream job. A student taught in this district 13 years ago, right across the street at Marlton Elementary School. I did 10 weeks in a 4th grade classroom, and I did my other 6 weeks in one of our SBS classrooms. And the teachers here were so good, my dream was to come back and work in one of those SBS classrooms. Then Mr. Hoffman saw me and somehow knew that I was destined to be in the 8th grade, a place I never thought I would be. Evesham saw my potential. I want to stay here, and I want to be able to see the potential in the kids every day. If we don't take this opportunity to the fullest extent possible, and Dr. Smith, thank you for presenting that tonight. Thank you. That will not be something we can do in the future. Please, please take advantage of the opportunity we have in front of us. We're not going to get it again. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comments, we will close that portion of the meeting. Moving to item 6.1, we need a motion to approve item 6.1, the additional expenditures and tax levy incentive aid. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Ms. Butcher-Mowitz. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing
Anish, can you clarify again what we're exactly, because you were
Yeah,
talking
that's what I
about
was gonna get
bucket
to.
1, 2, and 3,
Yep.
so what am I voting for?
Yeah, so Mr. Yates and Ms. Gifford tell me if we should do something different. I believe we should vote either yes or no. If you are voting yes, please indicate all or some. If the alls have it, we are done. If the sums have it, then we will have a follow-up line by line.
So I think the best way to do it is vote yes or no, indicate if you're all or some. If the alls have it, we're done. If the alls do not have it, then I think we need an additional motion to
Clarify.
direct Mr. Yates to build the budget with the additional money at an amount to be determined, and then we can have that discussion. That's probably the best way to do it.
Ms. Gifford?
Yep.
Mr. Yates, roll call, please.
Roll call, item 6, application submission, Mr. Brown.
Yes, all.
Ms. Butcher-Mowitz.
Yes, all.
Mr. DeMarcy.
Yes, some.
Ms. Fox.
Yes, some.
Mrs. Knoll.
Yes, some.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes, all.
Mr. Peelman.
Yes, all.
Mr. Bach.
Yes, all.
Mr. Compton.
Yes, all.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment, and I'm going to apologize to everyone here because it doesn't really apply to you guys, but I just wanted to bring something up that happened after the last meeting, and this one was a lot less acrimonious. But everyone on this board is on this board because we thought we could make things better and we wanted to make a difference. And I was extremely disheartened after the last meeting to see some of the comments online calling board members trash, calling them God knows what, because we have been here every year that I've been on the board in the same place. And the people come out and they yell at us. And this election, we had 2 people on the ballot, one of them an incumbent. There was only one other person that sat through all of the budget talks last year and said, you know what, I'm going to get up and make a difference, until we had 2 other write-ins. You need a board, whether you want us on it or someone else, someone needs to be up here. And when people are looking at what you're saying, for people that are really in an impossible position, who in their right mind would come up and run for this? On a personal note, I cut a birthday trip at my daughter's college short to get back here for that last meeting. I left Syracuse at 2:30, dropped my mom at home, and came straight here because I knew what an important meeting it was. I woke up the next day and I get to see Tracy Fox is disgusting. She is appalling for voting yes, from some strange man on the internet. I'm not even going to touch the misogyny of the fact that 4 other male voters did not get those comments. But I have some weird guy talking about my body language while I sat here looking at every one of you that spoke and taking notes and going back to the administration and asking them for further clarification on things so I could vote knowing what was important to everyone. And I think while we're sitting here talking about what's best for children, we need to think about the example we're setting for them with our behavior.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Any other questions or comments from the board? Mr. Peelman?
I just wanted to add one other thing, in that this was an unusual board meeting in that we did most of our deliberations in public today, everything that we were allowed to do. And I just really appreciated that we were able to do it this way. I think it's helpful for the public to see how the board deliberates, that everyone is fully invested in the conversations that we're having and trying to come up with answers, and that everyone has questions about the process. So I just wanted to thank everyone for doing it this way.
Mr. Brock?
I just want to say I'm not one for talking a lot, I know that. But I wanted to make it clear that the fight is not over. This is not a Band-Aid, this is an attempt to fix things. It sucks, it's gonna impact me, it's gonna impact everybody. Not, the ideal way to do this. But at the same time, we can't have the schools crumbling and expect, things to get better when we know the state is not going to do it. However, it doesn't stop here. I've asked for years that everybody continue to hound the state. Make it loud, make it known. This is why we were in this situation. And I want to see, the one thing I said, because I'm not running next year. Don't worry, you guys got me out. But I wanted to make, my only legacy is that the next board after, I'm gone, doesn't have to worry about this. That there's not a huge upheaval in, the crowd and everything yelling at everybody to, try and get stuff done. We need to start focusing on the other things that matter. We've been so hyper-focused on budget issues and the trauma of that we're not doing things like really focusing on, test scores and the reading program and things like that, and really supporting, the teachers with, what they need to get that stuff done. That is what I want to see happen next year. And, while I'm not going to be in this seat because my wife will divorce me if I run again, I will be on the other side supporting the board and supporting the teachers for that, especially learning what I've learned in 3 years of doing this. There's a lot that, the public isn't privy to. There's a lot that, people don't understand about what we, do up here and what we talk about up here. But please don't think for a second that anybody up here doesn't care about kids, or that, doesn't want to be here for, the right reasons. Every one of us, even though we have differing opinions, we're a board of 9. We have different opinions. We have different ways of going about things. We have different ways of, just performing, for people. Please don't think that anybody up here hates your kids or anything like that. I have a kid in the district. We love all the kids, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're making these choices, to try and do what's best for everything in town. So, but please do not just be satisfied with, the win of we're restoring a bunch of stuff and ignore advocating for the state. That needs to continue, because there's going to be changes. We don't know what's coming down the line. Don't stop it. I'll be with you next year with that. Don't worry.
Can I add something? I want to say that the board voted to increase to the 18 million, the full amount. 18 million. Is there not enough to keep transportation in-house? We talked about, we talked about the increased absences. Well, when you go to a department in January and you tell them they're going to be outsourced and they're only going to get $15 per day, if that's the right value, for all the sick days they've accrued, what do you think they're going to do? Anyway. Okay, so anyway, I'm just saying that I lost my train of thought, but my point is, for 18 million, you could keep this in-house. You don't just outsource something, because there are challenges. It's challenging to run a school district, and I'll leave it at that.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I will leave it with, I would like to applaud the Senate of New Jersey for Senate Bill number 2. They were clearly right in S2 in the sense that they told us that our taxpayers could afford more. They told us that the state was giving us too much money. And today we proved them right by taking an additional $18 million, and I did as well by voting for the same. 4 years in a row when we were complaining that S2 is decimating our school district, 4 years in a row, the only 2 people who showed up in Trenton were myself and Dr. Smith for 4 years. This year, I think, how many people do we have this year? 4?
Combination of 5.
5. Almost more than doubled our turnout. Fantastic. I hope for the next crisis that it takes more than 4 years to get more than 2 people to show up to advocate in Trenton. Motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. DeMarcy, seconded by Mr. Thompson. All in favor?